Very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at day 3 of the 138th Battle of the Blues. At Stumps Day 2, St. Thomas's College were at 255 for 4 with an impressive half century by Cody Tuaku, the vice captain. Through this live discussion, we'll hope to have a general analysis on what happened yesterday at day 2. So, Sholem, start up with briefing us with the action yesterday.
So yesterday in the morning session, St. Thomas College really pushed the gas and really accelerated quite a lot with Kodi Tuwakku and Gunaratna at the crease. Afterwards, Gunaratna fell just before lunch when he was 35 runs. And then after lunch, St. Thomas College kind of slowed down the pace quite a lot. And at the end of the day, as you said, they were 255 and they lost 3 wickets in the second session as well. We saw that just in the beginning of the third session, after the tea break, the umpires called off the match due to bad light and bad weather. It was a questionable decision, and a lot of people did question it because it wasn't any worse throughout the day, or rather after 3 p.m. But it is what it is. The umpires did stop the play, and at the end of the day, the score is actually level. St. Thomas College lead by 0 runs and trail by 0 runs as well. And so it entire first innings is pretty much done. I feel St. Thomas College are either going to play out the rest of their innings today really fast, or they're going to declare before lunch or around lunchtime, I feel, and give the bet over to the Rock College. Now, St. Thomas College, the point in which they declare really just decides how close they want to be to a win and how much of a gamble they're willing to take to win the match. Because if they declare really early, there's a chance that Royal might be able to turn the match around with an impressive batting performance and a good bowling performance. But then again, if they drag it on for too long, it's pretty much an assured draw because Royal has to bet again and St. Thomas College has to bet again. So it all depends on this entire one day. Jonathan, what do you think the St. Thomas College side is going to try to do? Are they going to take a gamble, or do you think they're going to play a bit more cautiously?
I think they will take a gamble for sure. They won't play for too long. I don't think even they will go until the lunch break. The next 10 overs they'll probably bat. They will get as much as runs they could and they'll probably declare. That's what I think, because if St. Thomas is not into draw the match, they are into win the match, and the only possibility of winning the match is if they declare soon and invite the Royalists to actually bat and get them all out for say 100 and 150 runs. And just like the last year's match Royal did to us.
It's very true that St. Thomas College has nothing to lose because Royal is the one with the shield. And so whether they lose or draw the match, either way they're going to lose the shield. So I think, you might be right. St. Thomas College, because they have nothing to lose, will probably take a gamble and try and win the match. So you feel like they'll bat 10 overs, you say. And
Maximum of 10 overs, I think.
Well, my idea is I do agree with Jonathan because the best decision for St. Thomas's College is to have a gamble. It was the same situation last year. St. Thomas's had a really good opening first inning with 350 for 5 on the board. But the best decision Gishant Panditharatna as the captain did was he declared at 328. That was even before equaling the scores. Now the scores are equal. You guys had 255 for 4. So what I think Thomian should do is declare their innings at about 5 to 10 overs and send in the Royalists to bat. If they could get them all out at about lunch, they're not going to have a lead of more than 200 runs, I get. So it would be an easy piece of work if the Thomian openers can settle down quickly and get a solid partnership at the opening level. And I think that would be a easier way to get the match to their side, because like Sholem said, there's nothing for Royal to lose. The shield is already with them. It's on the Thomian side.
I don't think this match will be like the last 2 days. I think there will be a lot more fours and sixes and a lot more risk involved as for the Thomians. And for the Royalists, they have very limited time. Their strategy, I suppose, is to draw the match because they can't. Unless their bowling attack is really good, I don't think they can actually win the match. Their best chance is to draw the match, and they will keep on playing. They will keep on defending. And for the Thomians, it's the other way around. We have to get quick runs. We have to get the Royalists out at least to 100 and 150 runs before lunch, preferably, and then bat really fast. Get fours and sixes without giving away any wickets after lunch.
well, I feel that Royal College, whether they want to draw or win the match, either way they have to not get out by lunchtime. So they'll be wanting to bat at least until tea time. 2 sessions at the very minimum. They'll want to keep it up because St. Thomas College trying to win the match in one session, trying to get 150 runs or so in one session is an extremely hard task, as well as the task of getting Royal College all out before lunch or even before tea. 2 sessions is generally nowhere near enough to get an entire team all out, and as long as the Royal batsmen do decently well, even if they did a repeat performance of the first innings, St Thomas College will be nowhere near win. It'll be a very confirmed draw. But I think that the St Thomas College batting order has proved to be extremely impressive, especially that opening partnership is 127 runs for no loss around lunchtime, just before lunchtime actually, especially with that Ravindu Kodituakku, the opening batsman, third year's Carlsman, scoring an absolutely magnificent 98 runs. And this was the second time, correct?
Uh, it is extremely unfortunate for Ravindu Kodituakku. In 2015, he scored 95 at the big match and he got out. This year, he scored 98 and he was caught at Gully. It is extremely unfortunate. You could see it in Ravindu Kodituakku's face when he got out. When he was going into the dressing room, you saw Professor Mark Billimoria walking after him, trying to comfort him and say, no, it's okay. These things kind of happen. It is a game where risks are involved, where the unexpected actually happens. So I feel sorry for Ravindu Kodituakku, but this is reality and he has to accept it. But today morning when I saw him, he actually had a smile on his face. So he'll pray. This day, I think he will remember. He will play this match positively. When he comes back to play for the second innings, I think he will try to do his best and get at least a half a century in the second innings.
And I think that 98 was a very crucial part in this 255 runs because his batting was really consistent throughout the day. From the time he came into bat until that moment where he was caught at Gully, he was really impressive and consistent. Whenever he was able to get that single, he went for that. Whenever he was able to go for two, he got that. Whenever he received a loose delivery, he went for those boundaries, he went for those shots. And I think they were very well calculated. Nothing went wrong. And I think he got a really good support from Gunaratna as well when it comes from the non-striker's end. So I think that was a really good partnership and it was really crucial in building that inning up. And like we said, take a look at the weather. The pitch is quite moist, I guess. Because today, if we need a result in this match, we need things going fast. We need the batsmen to go for big shots and get runs quickly and keep the scoreboard ticking. But there's been a bit of rain yesterday. Day before yesterday, there was not a lot of rain, but the first day we saw a bit of moist in the pitch. So, Shalem, what do you think about this situation and how do you think the batsmen will react to this?
Well, if it's rained yesterday and therefore the pitch is moist, it's definitely going to benefit the bowlers quite a lot, especially the spin bowlers, because when it's a damp pitch, that means the ball actually turns much more. It's a much more unpredictable, unconventional pitch for the batsman to bat on. The ball skids much more, it keeps low, and sometimes it'll bounce high if it hits a dry place, right? So the batsman has to be on their toes. And either way, I feel like this today, whether or not we get a result will be a very interesting match, because as I said, the Thomians are going to go for their shots. The way the pitch is beneficial for the bowlers, and so it's either they're going to get out or they're going to hammer the bowlers. And either way, it's going to be a really interesting day of cricket. One entire day, I feel, of fast-paced, good, hard-hitting cricket. And I feel that Thomian batsmen are well up to it. And we saw another half-century by Sithara Apuhinna, a great fifth-wicket partnership with him and the captain Ramesh Nallaperuma. And I feel like therefore St Thomas College have a decent lineup. Even in the second innings, they can go hard at the ball without any fear that they don't have a good batting order. And so I feel it will be quite an interesting day and quite a fast-paced day of cricket here.
I think we also have to talk about yesterday's decision the umpires gave. They called off the match around 3:30 due to bad light, and this was a crucial decision, especially for St Thomas's. This is win or lose moment, because they had at least another 1.5 hours, which they could have batted, got a lead of maybe 30 runs, given it to the Royalists to bat. So, Sholem, what do you have to say about that decision?
Well, I feel like whether or not the decision was fair, it definitely was a blow to the Thomians, because as I said, they could have easily got a lead and then put us into the bat at the beginning of the day, as opposed to batting a little bit and then putting us into bat for the remainder of the day. As for the decision itself, it's true that it was very overcast and it was definitely a bit darker than it should have been at 3:45 in the afternoon. However, I feel like it's ultimately the umpire's decision to decide whether or not the batsman can bat, and I feel ultimately it was overcast enough, and the umpires had enough reason to decide to call off play. And we saw there was a lot of discussion in the middle of the pitch too. It took around half an hour for them to even decide to based on not to call off the match. And after that also they removed the covers once again, and then they put the covers back on, and it's quite a process. And they would check the weather using the geostat and everything. And at the end of the day, umpires did decide. But I feel like, as you said, it's 1 hour of play, so that's around 13 or so overs, maybe 15 overs. And if the Thomians play fast enough, they still have a chance of winning the match. As you said before, they still have a shot at it. So even though it does affect their chances quite a bit, I feel like it didn't destroy their chances. There's still a existing hope for them.
Well, talking about the decision, it was questioned by many people. It was argued in different points of view. So I think it was a really big blow for the Thomians because, like you said, they should have got that instant lead of about 30 to 40 runs. And I think they should have sent us into bed yesterday itself for about 30 minutes or so, because then the batsmen won't look good, they won't look fresh, and they should have toppled us over by lunch today. They could have done that process, because let's move on. And when we are talking about the bowling attack of the Thomians, they've been impressive. Kalana Pereira back down 5, and Pavit Ratnayaka, I think he even backed the bowling with 2 wickets. So I think they have a very good spin attack with Pavit and Delon coming from the 2 different ends. Kalana will get the needed support from Iriagam, I guess. So, Jonathan, what do you have to say about the Thomian bowling attack? How challenging will it be for the Royalists to face it today?
Like Sholem said, it is a pitch made for the spinners this time because it is quite moist and the ball will skid more. So Kalana Pereira, I'll be very surprised if he is effective today. But I hope he gets more wickets because he did get 5 wickets in the first innings. I expect that Delon Perez surprisingly didn't get any wickets. So I'm expecting Delon Perez to bowl more and to get more wickets. If you see his records, he had 7 wicket hauls and so many like that in the season. So I'm actually waiting to see how Delon responds to the first innings and whether he will get more wickets this time.
Moving on to the Royal bowling attack. Sholem now. The Royalists have 2 experienced fast bowlers coming from the 2 ends, Haley Tavitanaga and Himesh Ramanayaka, and they have also 1 leg spinner to back them, Manula coming from 1 end, and then they have yet another fast bowler. Well, overall, Royal College has a better bowling attack. How do you think they'll challenge the Thomian batsmen today? What decisions would they make to attack the Thomian batting lineup?
Well, I feel like you said, they have 3 good bowlers. Abhishek Pereira, Himesh Ramanayaka, Heri Tirutanage, and then they have the main spinners, which are Manula Pereira and Yuvin Herath, as well as the off spinner Ganit Sandeep. So they have 3 paces, effective paces, and 3 standard spin bowlers as well. 2 left arm bowlers and 1 right arm off spinner. So I feel like they'll definitely take advantage of Manula Pereira and Ganit Sandeep, depending on the right and left combination of the batsmen. We saw that there were some good combinations in the Thomian lineup as well. So depending on that, especially since they're 2 left-handers, I feel like Sandeep and Herath will be bowled quite a bit today, since they were the go-to bowlers for Royal College even in the first innings. Occasionally they might bring in Himesh Ramanayaka, because I feel that Ramanayaka was probably the most effective bowler in the first innings. He did quite a lot of damage, and even when he did not get wickets, he contained them quite a bit, and there were a lot of missed chances for Hapu Hinna. He was living on the edge for a long time because of Ramanayaka's great tight line and length. So I feel that Royal has a good lineup, as you said, good bowling lineup, but I feel like their go-to people will be Sandeep and Herath, and they might bring in Manula Pereira from the other side should they want an extra leg spinner. And I feel like with this kind of pitch, St. Thomas College batsmen will probably struggle against them. You saw Sandeep taking a great wicket early on in the innings against Gunawardena, the 1-down batsman. So they're good bowlers, they're consistent bowlers as well. There's no wild card in the Royal College team per se. So I feel like definitely the spinners will be most effective with the Royal College lineup.
Yesterday, if you saw Himesh Ramanayaka, he didn't get much wickets, but he didn't give away much runs as well. He made the Thomians struggle. They were pushing for runs. The fielding was on point, I thought, except for a few drop catches. The fielding, the dives came in at the right time. But Himesh Ramanayaka's bowling has to be commended. He restricted the Thomians to, it would have easily been around 300 runs right now, but he restricted it so much, the scores are level at the end of yesterday.
Well, talk about Himesh Ramanak. He's been consistent throughout the series for Royal College. Even with his batting, he's shown talents with a beautiful century coming against St. Peter's College. Well, focusing on his bowling, he hasn't shown much of pace changes during the recent history, but his pitching line and length, that extra bounce he gets when it's needed, I think that's very impressive when it comes to his end. However, Helitha Vitanage hasn't shown a lot of action yesterday. Even with his batting, we saw him struggling day before yesterday against the spinners, and he was appealed quite a number of times where he was caught behind the wickets, and he was struggling to get runs. He was struggling to go for those singles. He went for quite a number of big shots, but none of them were successful. Even when it comes to his bowling, he wasn't successful enough to get wickets.
Definitely, I feel Vitanagi's form was not quite on point as it was, let's say, last big match or even during the season. Some matches he performed extremely well. This match, I feel, though, obviously the pressure as a captain is getting to him quite a bit, and I feel like he's not doing a bad job as a captain per se. He's definitely leading the team pretty well. He's definitely making the right choices in most places. But as per his individual performance, it's not quite what I expected. Like you said, his batting was not quite up to par. His bowling, though, I feel was consistent, even though he did not get any wickets, and he did not. He did not give away many runs. Actually, the bowling economies of the bowlers were quite impressive yesterday, especially after the lunch break. Vitanage was a good partner for Ramanayaka, the two bowling on the opposite ends, and I feel like both bowlers, I feel, good consistent bowlers, good even line and lengths, and therefore I feel like definitely Vitanagi, even though he's not performing very well, can improve today. It's a second innings, it's a fresh chance for them as well. So I feel like he has a chance of redemption here, especially as the captain of Royal College.
Well, with that, we'll be concluding our live discussion for the day. It's me, Kinu Rano, joining in with Shalim Sumantiran and Jonathan Cruz. Day 3 is almost beginning with Himesh Ramanayak opening the bowling. Join us with Roy Thor live. Don't miss out on any action.
And Siddhar Hafin at the crease. Nala Peruma on a glorious 58. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Siddhar Hafin on a 58 and Nala Peruma on 33. Himesh Ramanayaka has been given the ball to open the bowling for Royal. Royals look pretty confident in the morning. Ramanaki pitches short. Start happening pull to the way to the leg.
So Thomian's looking to go big today. The plan is probably to get 50 to 60 runs more on the board and hand over the batting to Royal College, I guess.
I think that's the plan for the Thomians. They need to carry a couple of runs and give the Royals a bat.
Good length delivery, creases it away, the off. Howell's
Really
running
chasing
down
it.
to the boundary.
He won't be able to get there. The rest of the way to the boundary line. 4 more runs for St. Thomas's. 4 moves at the 265.
First boundary of the day. So the two Thomian batsmen looking really comfortable with the bat today. Boundary of the first over itself. It's Helitha Vithanage, the captain, coming out from the other end. So the Royal bowling attack going to at least run 10 to 15 overs, I guess, with this bowling pair. Well, now, what do you think, Daniel? Should the Royalists have opened the bowling with the two spinners coming in? Because it's a
Well, I
wet, damp
think
pitch today, and
it's damp. I think early morning the pitch is better than towards the end of the day, and I think the paces can get a bit more bounce towards the morning. Rather than towards the latter part of the day when the pitch gets damaged and soft. I think it's more suitable for the spinners.
talking about Ramesh Kodithuakku, he's been quite impressive yesterday with 98 on the board.
Definitely.
Quite unfortunate, dropped
Yeah,
short
okay.
and was caught at gully.
Had to punch it through covers for the boundary, get to his 100. Unfortunately, it was caught. He got it.
Oh, we saw him
Made some
Getting
pretty
out.
impressive shots.
getting out for a 95 at the 100 over the top.
Edges it,
First
and he
wicket of the
scored.
day. Caught. Wicket for Helitha Vithanage, the captain. Royal College.
Thomian makes his way back to the pavilion.
Royal College strikes in the morning itself. Good delivery, full. The batsman going to go over the top. Gets it, meets at outside edge. Makes a fieldy at third man. So great
Thomas
work
is
by the
losing
Royal
first wicket,
workers.
And Thomian makes his way back to the pavilion. A well-experienced batsman.
Apuhina was the man on form with 59 on the board. That would be quite a blow for St. Thomas's College. Royalists know how important it is for them. His 59 was crucial in building up the innings back when Kodithuakku was dismissed.
Thomian batsmen need to step up in order to get out of run of the board.
Good work by Manula Pereira as well in the deep. Good catch by him.
And Nishan Pereira makes his way to the crease. Nishan Pereira has been very impressive throughout the season. Scored a century and total runs of 386 with an average of 20.32. Dependable middle order batsman.
Well, not a lot of bounce coming out of the pitch today, probably because there was a bit of rain yesterday. And I guess the pitch is a bit damp. We can see a bit of grass out there as well. So
Coming out probably right today.
the pitch doesn't look really favourable for the batsmen, I guess.
I don't think so. I think more of a bowler's pitch today.
But my guess is it will be easier for the Thomians to get about 40 to 50 more runs on the board and invite
Royals into bat.
because it's not a really easy pitch to bat today because a bit wet, a bit of grass out there.
Yeah.
Looks dampy as well. Also make a note that Thomians have been having two consistent spinners, Pavit Ratnayaka from one end and Delon Pires on the other end, so they'll be dominating most of the session, I guess, today. Because
Pavit has been pretty impressive, so has Delon. Both picked up 7 wickets in a couple of matches.
so that shows that St. Thomas College has quite a balanced bowling attack with two very good
Indeed.
fast bowlers coming from the two end.
Pereira and Mantila, Dindra,
And also two
well
very.
balanced spinners with Pavit Ratnayaka and Delon Pires coming in.
So we saw the Thomians having a very balanced and stabilized bowling attack. Even the batting attack is
It's
quite
pretty good. They have very good openers and a couple of batsmen who scored centuries right throughout the season.
The 127 partnership was really crucial. The
Very
first bigger
crucial
partnership between Kodituakku and Gunaratna.
They set an excellent foundation for the Thomians, which helped them propel forward with the score.
Talking about the atmosphere here at the SSC grounds, seems less sunny than yesterday and more cloudy, so we could expect a bit of rain in the evening as well. Yesterday we saw bad light coming in at about 3:30, and that decision taken by the umpires to call off the match was quite questioned by many of the fans and supporters, because that was quite a big blow for St. Thomas's College. If they had that 1.5 hours of play yesterday, they should have gone for a lead of about 50 to 55 runs and handed over the batting to Royal College early today. Himesh Ramanayaka back into the attack. Saw a lot of action from Himesh Ramanayaka yesterday. A lot of bounce and pace coming in from him. Not a lot of runs was exceeded as well. He backed down 2 wickets too. The most crucial one was
I
Kodituakku
think Himesh Ramanayaka is the best pacer that the Royals have at the moment.
last year as well. His 4-wicket haul against the Thomian second inning was very important in getting them all out. There you go, a lot of bounce coming in.
And Alaparuma cuts it through point. It's kept safe by the field at deep cover.
Well, now Nalla Peruma is a man on form with 36 to his name.
Isham Pereira needs to support him and help Thomas get a couple of runs on the board before it gets too late, isn't it?
They need to go hard today. They need to go for those big shots and keep the scoreboard ticking. They should make sure that they get those runs smoothly and fast. I know it's risky, but they'll have to go for those big shots and hand over the batting to Royal College as soon as possible.
On the third day, 20 match, and I think today, especially the Thomian batting on their first innings, and they need to get the Royal East back for the second innings and come back at the latter part of the day today.
Well, my guess is the result of the match depends on how well the Thomians end their second innings and that point where they declare their innings.
They declare for the first innings, and then the Royal East has to score for
And-
Thomian and they come back.
Yeah, the game will be decided on how and when they'll invite the Royal back into bat.
I think that's a crucial moment.
Last year, that decision by Captain Gishant was the key to success of the Royalists. Thomians had a comfortable 350 on the board.
But the Royals managed to come back. They made a very good comeback. Once again, Ramanayaka getting quite a bounce, and Alapura manages to push it through point.
Normally a damp pitch won't give out a lot of bounce, but Ramanayaka,
He's
with
getting
his
quite a bit of
pace
bounce.
and height, is managing to get that quite successfully. So, coming back into the 137th Battle of the Blues, the captain declared their innings for a total of 328. way below the Thomian 350. We couldn't even get a lead or equal it. So, however, we were able to get all out for a total of 127. So, that point, that decision of declaring the innings and handing over batting to the other team made the change last year. It's the
That was
same
key to success for the Royals.
It's the same situation this year as well. We'll see how Nalla Peruma will deal with the decision.
I think the Thomians are in quite a good position. They managed to get some runs on the board yesterday.
We saw the opening partnership going quite fast and smooth.
It was very smooth. Ravili Kodituakku was aggressive and Dilip Kunratna gave him fantastic support.
However, when Kodituakku was dismissed, we saw the pace of the batting attack getting a bit slow. But then when Hapuhina came in,
again it accelerated because he's another aggressive and a well-experienced batsman.
he paired up really well with Gunaratna and managed to get those runs again.
Indeed.
It's quite unfortunate. Hapuhina, the man on form, was dismissed early morning today by Heritha Vitanage. So Nalla Peruma, the captain, on 40, 10 short for his half century. So it's nice to see all the key batsmen, all the senior batsmen of St. Thomas's College understanding their responsibilities of getting runs. And I think they've done it really well because there are quite a satisfactory amount of numbers there. Kodituakku with 98, Hapuhina with 59 and Gunaratna following it by 35 runs. Also captain Nalla Peruma on 40 now.
Top order batsmen are doing their job. On the first day, the bowlers gave their fullest and the batsmen are keeping the rear up.
However, it wasn't a good day for Delon Pires. He was dismissed for 3. Wide outside the off stump. So a lot of action from the boys' tents of the two schools early morning itself.
The tents are filling up and the prefects are with their flags, waving the fly on the boundary lines.
Heritha is trying his very best to get the ball into those wickets. He's trying a lot with that in-swinger.
Plants it, really down to fine leg.
Well fielded by Covers. That was cut hard. The off, however, the fielder there managed to stop it. Great dive, on point. So the Royal field looking really aggressive and active early morning. See Heritha filling the off with fielders. First slip placed is probably looking for that outside edge by bowling right outside the off stump. Mid off and mid on are on point. The two covers placed.
It looks a pretty aggressive field, isn't it?
Yes, I do agree with you.
One slip in pace.
Probably no. The Thomians are going to take the risk of attacking.
I think they'll have to if they want to put a couple of runs on the board to give the Royals to bat.
You can can see Nalla Peruma waiting for that loose delivery to come in. Whenever he feels uncomfortable with the delivery,
I think the Thomians have been pretty stable on that point. They've been very patient and waited for the loose ball. And when the loose ball has come, they've always managed to put it away.
they haven't taken that risk whenever attacking, when you get that ball where you feel to attack. But they have always waited patiently
They've
for
been
that
very
loose
careful and
delivery.
watchful.
Nalla Peruma going to go aggressive in the off again. Brings us to the end of the 75th over. St. Thomas College on 271 for the loss of 5 wickets. Pereira on 3, Captain Nalla Peruma on 40. Quite a number of extras coming from the Royal bowling end. It was just 26 extras from the Thomians the day before yesterday. But we've seen Royalists bowling 17 extras already.
I don't think Raleigh can afford to give so many runs away.
I mean,
They'll be a bit more careful, I think.
from that point, Himesh Ramanayake has been quite successful in restricting runs.
Captain Vidanage looking to bring the spinners on. I feel he must be going to get a bit of spin on the crease. Exactly. I think towards the end of the day, the Royalists lacked a bit of confidence and consistency. But I think the spinners are regaining that confidence. Again, Mount Pereira getting quite a bit of spin, but Vishem Pereira watching it carefully and playing that underneath his nose.
That brings the 77th over to an end.
And pushes the Thomians up to 272.
1 run in that over. So, successful one for the Royalists. Thomians on 272 for 5. So it seems like Mount Pereira has replaced Vice Captain Himesh Ramanayake, and Hedi the Vitange still keeps coming from the opposite end. That early wicket was quite a blow for the Thomians.
That was a crucial wicket. Well experienced batsman Sidara Hapuhinna.
That partnership, both batsmen were on form. Apuhinna and Nalla Peruma could have got together and brought up yet another good, strong middle order partnership. Weather will also look very, very unpredictable today.
Not as much as sun as it was earlier on in the morning.
No, I mean, talking about the atmosphere today, we can see a lot of rain clouds coming in.
A lot of rain clouds. Thomians lost 1.5 hours of play yesterday due to the bad weather.
The Thomians should take that decision quicker as possible and invite
more
the
risk and I think get a couple of fast runs on the board as fast as possible.
And invite the Royal batsmen into bat quickly because the weather, I should say, is very, very, very unpredictable today.
Very unpredictable.
There's a lot of wind and there's a lot of rain clouds coming in.
Captain Vidanage brought back to the attack. Looking to get a bit of bounce on the pitch.
You can see Vitanage is not showing a lot of variation. He'll just go outside the off stump, look for that edge. Oh, swinging.
And go more wicket to wicket, I guess.
You're correct. But when talking about Dinesh Ramanage, he's looking for extra pace, extra bounce.
I think more experience, he's got more variation, and he's
Yeah.
got the height and he's able to hit the ball hard on the pitch.
There you go. That's what he was looking for all this time. That edge outside the off stump, but it was too wide, I guess.
Nalla Peruma tried to take the risk and misses the ball this time.
You can also see the bowler stressing the fielding attack more into the offside, covering the offside with more fielders than the leg.
He's got a 5-4 field set.
Keep going outside the off stump.
Bowling on the off stump, trying to get the batsman to play.
Yeah. Because he knew very well the Thomians are going to attack at any point. Saw a bit of rain coming in yesterday. And even on the 8th night there was a bit of rain according to the staff, because that's probably why the pitch looks very moist, and it was very favourable for Pavit Ratnayaka the day before. Into the 78th over, Thomians on 273 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Vidanage bringing back the spinners.
It's a very usual scenario that every year we expect more rain and we get that in the third day.
Third day is supposed to be the most exciting. The tents are full. It's over 30,000 spectators.
More force involved, more action involved, more pressure involved. It's an equally crucial day for both the sides. We've realized Manula Pereira bowling full
got quite a bit of turn on his first over. Lacking that confidence, I think, is once again punched hard by Nalla Peruma to long off.
They've
Fielder
taken that.
manages to get it back to the keeper quickly.
They've also taken that quick single. Good running between the wickets by the two batsmen.
I think the Thomians have been very sharp on the singles, taken every single possibility, and I think that has helped them a lot to 273.
The Royal fielders looking very, very aggressive and very active today. They know how important each and every run is for them to save. The Royalists are probably looking for a draw.
I think
Their main focus is retaining the shield.
they want to
but
retain the shield and make it draw
it's
back
on
in the
the-
Thomians.
It's on the Thomians' end to make sure that there's a result in this match.
Exactly, the Thomians are looking
Because-
quite aggressive and
They have a more chance of winning than the Royalists.
definitely.
If that 1.5 hours was played yesterday,
Thomians would have been in an extremely good position.
they would have invited the batsmen to bat today
Today
in the morning itself.
And with their pacey Kalna Pereira, they had a lot of work.
They would have, if they had a very impressive bowling attack today in the morning, they'll probably be able to all out the Royal batting inning by lunch and finish it off in the rest of in the last session of the day.
How has his performance been for Royal throughout the season? Thomian very sharp on the signal, looking to pick up every single possible.
Good over so far for you in Herat, not a single run conceded. I think the Royalists should use the spinners, and I think they should use the spinners in dominating the bowling attack today.
It's more of a wicket for the spinners, I guess, rather than paces. Once again, excellent running between the wickets.
Whenever these two batsmen realize that they can't go for good shot, go for big shots because they are attacking against spinners. They've always tried for that quick single and tried for it whenever they are possible.
They've always succeeded, I should say.
Most important thing is they have never taken a risk. No miscommunication between the two batsmen. They've done it perfectly.
Been very patient and always put the loose ball away.
That brings us to the end of the 80th over as well. Thomians on 280 for the loss of 5 wickets. Captain Nalla Perum on 44.
Shane Pereira on 7.
Himesh Ramanayak has been brought into the attack back again from the media box end. Going through Himesh Ramanayak's season, he's been quite successful. 267 overs in total, just 792 runs have been conceded.
That will be a third year colours one, there's a lot of experience in there.
63 maidens for his name, 36 wickets this season, and an average of 12.57. He's the most experienced fast bowler, I guess, with experience with the under-19 national team as well. Experience from the under-19 national team, experience from his father. His father is the current fast bowling coach at the Sri Lankan national team. Third year colorsman, successful right now fast bowler. Striker wanted to stress that for the second run as well.
Deep cover manages to get
That
it back
shows
to
how
the keeper.
desperate they are for runs at the moment. My
Trying to put in
prediction,
the Royalists as fast as possible. to
my
bat.
prediction is that they'll declare at 300. They'll declare their innings at the 300. They have a
Royalists to bat.
healthy lead of 45, and they'll put the Royalists back into bat. It's on the Royalist batsman's hand on whether they are
Some
going
quick
to.
runs and get Thomian back into the attack.
It's on their hand whether they are going to retain the shield or whether it's going to be St. Thomas's College taking it away this time.
Ramana getting bounced again. Shane Pereira lost it into the air. He lands safely. I think the Royalist fielders have been much more positive today than yesterday and the day before.
We saw two early boundaries going from behind the wicket, so we've seen Kavindu Madara Singh and the wicket keeper being unable to stop them. Himesh Ramanayaka making good use of his height to get that extra bounce in a very dampy pitch, I should say. Captain Nalla Peruma, 5 short of his half century. So,
Captain Nalla Peruma carrying out his
a very responsible captain's innings, I should say. A lot of very aggressive pace coming out from Himesh Ramanayaka today.
A lot of pressure for him. Can push it boundaries,
Just missing the wickets. Good delivery by him.
getting a bit of spinning as well.
So that brings us to the end of the 81st over, I guess. Draw with St. Thomas College on 282. Tanage with the ball now. He too is a third-year colorsman. It's keeper of the side. Right arm medium fast bowler with 18 wickets this season. 16 maidens, 106.5 overs bowled with an average of 20.50. He had best bowling figures of 4 for 29. Keeps looking wide outside the off stump.
And we get very good thinking.
Nalla is making sure that no error is made and no risk is taken. That's why he always attempts to leave that delivery and not go for those big shots first. You can see two covers placed in the off, and then there is mid off as well. There's a slip behind him. That's yet another outside the off stump. The Vitanage's goal is probably to restrict Nala Peruma from attacking. He wants to add more pressure. His pressure is rising when he is just 5 runs short of his 50. That's what went wrong with Kodithuaku yesterday. Quick delivery. Reaction by Nala Peruma as well. They've gone for the 2.
Really?
They've gone for the third umpire. So was the batsman substituted enough? I guess initiatives are being put into action. So All the players desperately waiting for that decision. It could make a really big change for both the sides. A bit of talk between the two batsmen. They're looking confident enough.
I think the batsman has made his way back to the crease.
Same here. That was a quick run. There was a bit of miscommunication, but they took it
On the
quite
second run,
quickly.
but I think they managed to
It
get
wasn't a
back.
direct hit as well. So umpire getting the decision, I guess. Not out being given. So successful run by the Thomian batsman. Good running between the wickets.
And that pushes Nala Perumal to 47.
It would have been very unfortunate if he had to depart at 47. Kodituaku leaving the crease at 98.
And if Nala Perumal had to leave,
It was very unfortunate because Kodituaku departed for 95 at the 136 Battle of the Blues. He departed for 98 at the 138th. Nala Perumal moving on to 49. A lot of
bounce off the pitch.
was that the first bouncer by Heri Vitanike? I guess it is.
First bounce by Bhutan.
So Heri looking to rise the pressure of the batsman. Only some 49. One more required for his half century. There you go. He gets
There
it.
he goes.
50
50.
50 for Nala Perumal. Good batting by him. A very, very impressive captain's inning, I should say. 50 for Nala Perumal. Supporters rushing in. Great work by Romesh Nala Perumal, the captain. After Kodituaku was dismissed, he knew he was the man to get that responsibility. He's getting that deserving response from the crowd as well. Credits off to Nala Perumal with his half century. Going down his batting. 646 runs this season with 25 innings where he batted. An average of 35.89 per inning.
The highest score of 97 not out. It's pretty
Not-
impressive for the Thomians.
Even though he had not scored a single century, he had 350s for his name. And when I mentioned not a century, he had 97 not out. Some handshakes coming in from the Royalists. Nala Perumal knew how important it was.
Spirit maintained out there in the pitch between the two schools.
The Thomians know how crucial that half century is for them. Nala Perumal knew well. Ramanayaka back into the attack. Also to mention, during his career this season, he had best figures of 5 for 31. So a 5-wicket haul out there. Full delivery,
To square leg.
creasing it well down
Easy
the
single
leg.
again.
The Thomians on 289 with a loss of 5 wickets as per now. Quick single taken, good running between the wickets by the batsman. Appreciation from Pereira coming in.
A lot of appreciation by both schools. Boys tend appreciating hard work by Nalla Peruma. The Royalists cheering Ramanayak on.
Chance for a run out there. It would have been an easy wicket if that was a direct hit.
Miscommunication again with the batsman.
Their running between the wickets have been very good today. It's the first time we see miscommunication between the two batsmen. It would have been an easy wicket for the Royalists though if that would have been a direct hit.
The important batsman for the Thomians would have been Australian Pereira. Managed to score 70 and a couple of runs throughout the season. Managed to push it through extra covers. Two fielders chasing it, field under the boundary, and it does.
Well placed between the covers.
Glorious shot by Nalla Peruma.
Yet another boundary rolls the scoreboard up to 294, 6 short of the 300. Nalla Peruma, the captain, moving to 55. Imesh Ramanayaka has conceded 3 boundaries today. So the Thomian batsmen making good use of the pace, of that pace. They sneaks it. What they have to just do
He's
is
bowling, I think, a little too wide on the off stump, and Nalla Peruma making very good use of it, I would say.
Nalla Peruma, the batsmen are not focusing to get power and speed.
They're just trying to make use of his pace.
They're making use of his pace and placing the ball correctly, and that was well placed between the covers. Some extra pace coming out. Good bouncer. A bit of drinks.
Misfield by covers.
Lot of miscalculation by the fielders. That makes it.
Dixon
And-
and Danny again between the wickets.
They shouldn't do that at a situation like this, because every run they
Every run
concede
exactly.
would bring Thomians closer and closer to their target. We were talking about this first possibility of the Thomians
Trying to push to a 300 and declare, but
declare and then bring the Royalists into bat, bowl them out by lunch, and then coming into bat and
their
just
target. But I think looks like Thomians might push a little longer. I think.
and get a wealthy lead of about 150 to 200 runs. 150 to 200 runs. They'll bat probably till lunch, and then bring in the Royalists to bat,
use
and
their
then
paces like
before,
Kalna Pereira and Indra Gunaratne.
because they have quite a balanced bowling attack, what they'll try to do is they'll bring in the Royalists to bat and have a very impressive bowling attack and get them out before they reach their target, before they complete their lead.
Beautifully cut away by Shane Pereira to the ropes. Tested it well through.
Yet
covers
another
and
boundary. Very well pushed in the off. Lot of power coming out of that shot. Like I said before, they're going for those big shots. They're going hard at the moment. 300 up for the Thomians. Well played yet again. Looking for that second run, but a lot of bounce coming out there. Quick run again. Well placed by the batsman, but meets the fielder deep. That's full delivery appeal for the. That's given.
Nisha
Clear
Pereira
wicket.
has to make
Clear
his way
wicket.
back to the pavilion.
The delivery was in line,
Good
in the
length.
in
Wicket
the
to
impact
wicket.
line, full length. Not a lot of pace coming out directly into the stumps. Sixth wicket down. Third one for Ramanayaka. So Ramanayaka has very well used that talent of changing in pitch length.
Lot of variations and attempt to get the same
Perfect line and length. Good work by the Royal bowler.
Monthly Vijayaratna to the crease. Yet another experienced batsman for the Thomians. The highest score of 103. An average of 31.95. So you can see even with 6 wickets down, Thomians have a very good batting lineup.
That is the importance in a team. There is a lot of importance in a team when tail enders are able to score runs. It's very, very valuable in crucial situations like this.
Very true.
If the opening batsmen have failed, you have the middle order to come and make that foundation for the inning.
Support a well-experienced batsman like Nalapen on the crease.
If quick wickets have fell in the morning, the tail ender should be able to handle that pressure. So Captain Romesh Nalla Peruma still on crease. Manthila Vijayaratne is not on form yet. He'll take some time to get into form, but Manthil,
Used to the bowlers and then I
yes,
think he'll take the risk.
Nalla Peruma should be able to go for those big shots now. He's the only batsman able to try them out. Quick run taken. Nalla Peruma signaling not to take the second. End of the 85th over as well.
Thomas
Set.
has moved on to 304 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Nalla Peruma on 56. Manthika Vijayaratne on 1. It's Himesh Ramanayaka leading the Royal bowling attack with 3 wickets for just 22 runs. Hedi the Vitanage, Ganit Heshan and Mandula Pereira have shared 1 wicket amongst them. A lot just say.
Captain Vitanage is setting a very aggressive field, trying to get the ball on the offside with 6 men on the offside. Sleeping pace.
The Royal side is very well experienced with 8 colorsmen in their side.
I think they have more experience on the Thomian this time because Thomians are on the 3 colours man. And yet again,
The
the
Thomians
secretary of the team, another young.
very well drived in the off. Again, well placed to through cover and mid off. Like I said, Nalla Peruma is going for those shots now. Increasing the speed of the inning. A bit of bounce in that delivery. Cuts it away and meets covers. Enough to get a single.
That pushes Nalla Peruma on to 60.
There you go, they're going for those quick runs.
An attempt for a run out, but
Would have
Attila makes it back to his case.
been close if that was a direct hit though.
Once again,
Helitha
Thomian
could
has
have-
been very fast between the wickets.
Hate the hood could have strike that on the striker's end. The angle was more easy, I guess. Wide outside the off stump, cuts it away and goes for a quick single yet again.
Bounced by Vitanage. Mantila manages just to pull it.
Yet another miscalculated run by Nalla Peruma. That brings us to the end of the 86th over with the Thomians on 308 for the loss of 6 wickets. Captain Nalla Peruma on 62 with Mantika Vijayaratna on 4. So it'll be fast ball Himesh Ramana coming in again from the media box end.
The Royalists looking very good. Manthile Vijayaratne has to make his way back again to the pavilion. Pavit Ratnayaka to the crease.
That's an edge. Keeper and first slip going up. Himesh Ramanayak looking uncertain with that sticko. Did that have an inside edge coming out? Wicket hasn't been given. Chance for a run out. That would have been an easy direct hit though. Would have been an easy direct hit. They're taking the risk now. You're talking about the batsmen not going into that risk. Though they've been very...
I think the batsmen will be a little bit more careful.
They've been communicating very accurately. But now, things are getting changed. Another full delivery and a bit of edge. Would have been an easy piece of work for a Gali placed. Yet another quick run. Manuel Pereira coming out from the opposite end. So at the end of 87 overs, St. Thomas's College on 315 for the loss of 7 wickets. Very easy run out missed by the Royal fielders in the previous over.
The sun coming back out. Good news for both teams. Pavit Ratnayaka punches it down to mid-off. There's no run.
So now is the Thomian tail enders coming in.
I think Nala Peruma is
Nala Peruma is the
last
only man
batsman.
to bring out a bit of action.
Pavit Ratnayaka goes for the big shot. Manages to push it.
It was
Great
wide
cover
outside
and
the off
mid-off.
stump.
Well placed. Both fielders doing an excellent job to save it.
So 3 runs taken.
Good work by the Royal fielders.
ඕගොල්ලෝ කියන්නේ ඕගොල්ලෝ 35 දින්න තියනවා කියලා because the 9 run match. Going for the second run, that's what's making the change.
Once again,
The
excellent
ro-
running between the wickets.
The Royal fielders should be quicker and more effective at the moment because the Thomian batsmen are looking for quick runs, quick doubles.
Scoreboard is ticking. The Royal fielders need realization. Bit more aggressive in the field out there. Nala Peruma again coming down the track and trying to push it through, but good work by the fielders.
They're almost nearing a run rate of run a ball now. So, run rate of 3.67, almost 4 runs and over.
And that's the end of the 88th over. Thomian on 322 for the loss of 7 wickets.
And Himesh Ramanayaka is back into the attack against Ramesh Nallaperuma. Well, it's been quite the morning for St. Thomas's College, accelerating at a massive pace, nearly 100 runs now, just around 30 runs short in this session only, and 3 wickets have fallen.
I feel the Thomians are looking for the 400 mark and hope, I think they'll be batting till the lunch break if possible and hoping for the innings win. The bowlers will have to do a lot. But let's see how it goes for the Thomians.
Well, whether or not they score 350 or 400, they will have to declare by the lunch break if they have a hope of winning this match. Still first innings, and they have an entire innings to go. If it takes 2.5 days for one innings, betting on half an innings for both sides to bat out the entire 10 batsmen is quite ambitious. But we'll see how the Thomian captain Allo Peruma uses his tactic senses here. If he pulls this off, it'll be a victory in a million for St. Thomas's College.
Absolutely, Nalla Peruma has been looking really good today. Playing array of shots, finding the boundary.
It's a wide ball by Ramanayaka there. Looks like he's just trying to tempt the batsman with the outside edge. We can see a man at third man position, a fielder. And if Nalla Peruma goes to the shot and gets a thick top edge, obviously, be an easy catch for him. We saw Abuhin again out in the exact same way earlier today.
Ramanayak has been bowling some pretty good line and lengths today. He backed up the 2 wickets. Backed up 2 wickets this morning.
And it's a lofted shot by Nalla Peruma, but it's going to go to the off sweeper. Just the 1 run. And you can see that extra bounce by Ramanayaka having some effect, the batsman. Definitely going on the back foot a lot more than usual, either leaving the ball or going on the back foot. And here we have the left-hander Pavit Ratnayaka. All this time Ramanayaka has been bowling outside the off stump for the right-hand batsman. It remains to be seen whether or not the switch of the ambidextrosity of the batsman is going to affect his bowling line.
Pavit Ratnayak has not seemed to be on his best so far with the bat.
But he's new to the pitch. Just came in. Only 4 runs to his name so far. Ramanayaka will be looking to take advantage of the fact that he has not settled. And maybe a bouncer or two will be in his books. And he goes for the shot. There's a massive appeal by Ramanayaka. Not given by the umpire. And that ball was coming straight down. Nearly went through the gate. He hit the pad. Must have been outside the leg. Or sorry, rather outside off impact on the pad.
I believe it was missing the leg stump.
And that too. If it's outside, the ball was swinging in, or it is coming in at that angle. It's a right-hand bowler bowling around the wicket to the left-hander, so it's cutting into the batsman quite a bit. So the angle is not quite favourable for the LBW.
2 slips and a gully. Ramanayak is certainly looking for that outside edge.
And here Ramanayaka comes again, another straight ball to the off stump. Wicket to wicket bowling. And easily fielded. And Ratnayaka is not going for the widest shots through the covers or through the mid wicket area. He's rather just playing the straight drives, looking to hit the ball either through mid on and the bowler or just wide of mid on. Those are the kind of shots he's going for, but not quite getting the solid contact or the placement or the timing that he requires to get that boundary. And there we go, that's the shot that he needs to play, and it's going to be 4 more runs for Ratnayaka. Ramanayaka pitching the ball just outside the off stump, but very full. Ratnayaka taking full advantage of that fact to step out of his crease a little bit and guide the ball through the point and cover position. A very square drive, and it's going to be 4 more runs for Pavit Ratnayaka.
That was very well placed and timed. Beautiful shot by Ratnayaka. Seems to be settling into the pitch now.
I think the line and length by Ramanayaka is definitely contributing to his lack of boundaries here. It's been very straight and very full at the batsman. It's hard for him to hit it around the mid-wicket and cover areas. Just that last ball was pitched outside the off stump. And here we've seen him changing his run-up. He's bowling from over the wicket. Ratnayaka is leaving that one.
The previous ball was a very rare loose ball that we've seen for Ramanayaka this morning. He wouldn't be wanting to bowl any more of those.
That's the end of the over. St. Thomas College now 328 for the loss of 7 wickets.
Assuming the Thomians do declare by lunchtime, do you think the Royalists will be able to hold on for 2 sessions?
I think it's a very ambitious attempt by the Thomians to try. If they plan to get the entire Royal side out in one session, generally, or maybe if they're lucky, they'll be able to get them all out. Very lucky, and some terrible batting by the batsman might lead to the Thomian dream here. But more often than not, even if there's not a good batting performance, you're still only going to see around 3 or 4 wickets falling. There was a good play, well placed shot there by Nalla Peruma, and a slight misfield as well, and they're going to allow them to get 2 runs. They nearly went for 3 there.
Thomian running between the wickets has been really good, especially when Nishan Pereira and the skipper Romesh Nalla Peruma were at the crease.
Well, they need to be able to run well. This is the crunch time there, where they need to get as many runs regardless of what shot they play. And so good running is essential if they want to be able to put more and more runs on the board. And there we go, Nalla Peruma hitting it through the covers. The off sweepers there to collect it, just the 1. And there again we see Nalla Peruma looking for the 2 there, just edging out of his crease in case of a slight misfield. They're not taking any chances here, Thomians.
Getting back to the timing of this game, Thomians did manage to almost finish the Royal first innings in 2 sessions, so I'm pretty sure they'll be looking for that again.
Well, even if it takes 2 sessions, that's going to be the end of the match then and there. And nearly out for Pavit Ratnayake. He came out of his crease against Manlo Pereira. It must have been an arm ball. Swung viciously at the ball, missed it entirely, and quick work by Kavinda Mandar Singh at the keeper position. And the umpire calls for a review just in case Ratnayake could not get his foot back in time. It was good bowling by Pereira. A lack of spin in a spinning pitch is definitely a surprise for a batsman, especially when it comes out of the crease. Looks like Ratnayake played for turn there and misread the ball.
Ratnayake seems to be pretty confident. He is the last recognized batsman in the Thomian batting lineup, and if this wicket does fall, the Thomians will be in a bit of a fix.
Of course, they will be dependent on the skipper Ramesh Nalla Peruma to bail them out, even if they do lose a couple of wickets here. And it's been given out by the umpire. Quick work by Mandar Singh means that Ratnayake leaves the field. Just 8 runs to his name, and the new batsman will come in.
Nalla Pereira, the new batsman.
And the man who wreaked havoc against the Royal College batting lineup here has taken 5 wickets in the first innings. Is now out to bat against the Royal side. And Pereira will be looking for more wickets to his name.
So Pereira has batted in 14 innings and has got 213 runs at an average of 17.75. He has a highest score of 34. So I think he'll probably need another 34 to support his skipper out there.
He will need 34 to get another 50-run partnership or so. Even 30 runs will be a good contribution to the coffers of the Thomian lineup. And he goes for a massive shot there. It's going to bounce short of the long on position and just the 1 run. And the Thomian batsmen are really going for it here. It looks like they've given all the batsmen license to go after every single ball.
The Thomian, I beg your pardon, the Royalists have been bowling very well today, but their fielding has just let them down.
Yes, we saw a few misfields here and there.
I think the runs were flowing so easily for the Thomians, mostly because of those misfields.
Nalla Peruma going for the slog sweep and is going to get it a very, very well placed shot right in between long on and deep mid wicket. and that's going to be 4 more runs for Nalaparam, bringing him into the 70s. Just went down on one knee. They are smaller the spin with a cross shot, midway between a slug sweep really and a ground sweep. The ball hung in the air for a little bit, and then just a couple of bounces and it'll be over the ropes.
Allah Perma really looking forward to move things here, get things going.
And there he goes for the single, just knocks it over to long on position.
I think this is the only thing Allah Perma can do right now. He needs to find the boundary in each over, and in the 4th or 5th ball of each over to take that single so that he can keep strike for the next over.
As if
I think Kalna Pereira will be a bit of a risk.
it looks like Nalaparam will want to control the innings here and rotate the strike according to how he sees fit. He is the last recognized batsman on the pitch right now, as you said. So it'll be up to him to score freely within the over and then try in the last few balls of the over, like you said, to make sure that he does not give Pereira too much time at the crease. And here we see Ramanayaka come in once again from the media box end. And a few differences in the field here. The offside absolutely packed with an off sweeper, 2 men in the covers. Rather 1 man in the cover position, mid off, point, and even 3rd man, and 1 slip as well. And some good line and length by Ramanayaka. He has bowled in right at the top of the mid off wicket. Ramanayaka will be wanting to bowl some full balls here, because if he bowls too short, he's giving room for Nalaparam to just pull the ball through mid-wicket position, and there's no one in the leg side really to stop him. It's just the deep square leg and the fine leg.
Ramanayaka is on 4 wickets. He'll be looking for his 5-wicket haul. Ramanayaka has not had the best of seasons this year.
But he's performing pretty well in this first innings against St. Thomas's College. Yeah.
The Royalist bowling lineup really would depend on him, and he has lived up to the expectations of the coaches and his skipper.
And there we go, that's a short ball I was talking about, and a beautiful shot by Nalaparam going on the back foot and just lifting it over the covers. He knows that there's a man in the deep at the off sweeper position, so he aims it more towards the long off position, and he manages to get it right over the heads of the 30 yards people in the 30 yard circle for another boundary to his name.
So Nalaparam now moves on to 80. These last 30 runs since he got his 50 have just come in no time, hasn't it, Shalam?
Definitely, he's definitely going after the ball, and the most important thing is he's not given any chances. Any lofted shot that he's played has been into the gap, so it's been very smart and very efficient batting by Nalaparam. And here we see him going for another shot, missing the ball entirely. Ramanayaka getting that extra bounce he's known for.
And you can see the defense. It's a very defensive field set by the Royalist skipper and bowler, Nalaparam. Because Nalaparam is looking to attack, and I don't think Ramanayaka is looking for the wicket of Nalaparam, but just to dry up his runs right now.
Well, Ramanayaka knows that Nalaparam is going for the shot, so by virtue of him bowling defensively, there is a chance that Nalaparam is going to be gotten out. And there he goes for the shot once again and gets it. It's a fantastic shot by Nalaparam. He's reaching forward. The ball looked a bit slower. He was full to the offside. Nalaparam just lifts it over Ramanayaka's head straight down the wicket, and that's going to be 4 more runs, 1 bounce and over the ropes.
That's a beautiful shot. Just wants to get stuff done. I think he's looking for as many runs as possible before the lunch break, and at the lunch break I'm pretty sure he would decide to declare.
It may be that he'll want to reach his century before that even. It's 11 p.m. around 12 p.m. they are called for the lunch break till 12 to 30.
Absolutely, he'll definitely be looking
to get
for
that
the century. He's
100.
16 runs short from it right now.
That's a smart shot, and that's the single that Nalaparam will be looking for just before the over ends, and he's got it very, very controlled and smart batting here by Nalla Perumal. It's absolutely rotating the strike as he sees fit and controlling the Thomian innings.
Good over for the Thomians there. 9 runs of it.
Nalla Perumal is reaching out for the last boundary. You saw him taking a step forward and then just shifting his weight entirely onto his front foot and even his back foot leaving the ground just for a millisecond as he stretched out and hit the ball over the head. So it looks like he has preconceived notions about where exactly he needs to hit the ball, and he knows exactly which shot he's going to play even before the ball is bowled. Just the ball, when the ball is bowled, he decides whether to play the shot or not, and that's really all it takes for Nalla Perumal here.
The crowd seem to be filling up here at the SSC grounds at the 130th Battle of the Blues. Most of the old boys' tents are full today. The boys' tents have been full throughout the past 3 days. Since today is Saturday, I think most of the old boys have
And absolutely cracking shot once again by Nalla Perumal. He'll be looking for the double, but he's not going to get it. Smart field in there with Vitanage bowling. Well, it's definitely a great atmosphere, and as you said, it's pretty filled up. But I feel like it's going to be even more so when it comes to the end of the match, because it's the third day, and when you get to the last session especially, everyone's going to come and watch the last few hours of the Royal Thomian.
Absolutely. So Khalna Pereira is now exposed to the Royalist skipper Helitha Vitanage.
And they've changed the field up.
Vitanage will be looking for his second wicket rather.
Pereira on strike. And he's just going to run it down to fine leg position for the 1 run. It's an interesting field setting for Pereira. They've got 3 men in the 30-yard circle on the offside, and then everybody else on the boundary line on the leg side. They got the deep mid wicket, the deep square leg, and the fine leg, as well as the long on. So it's every single conceivable position on the leg side boundary rope for Khalna Pereira. Obviously expecting him to pull a ball and trying to get that 4 or 6.
Great work by Pereira on that occasion.
Just keeping the ball low, giving it back to
Playing
Nalla
quite
Perumal.
responsibly, helping out
And
his
a
team.
wild swing by the captain himself, Nalla Perumal. Looking to smash that ball again towards that mid-wicket position. The same kind of shot he played before against Manla Pereira. This time, the ball was too much to the offside and a bit too much bounce for him to get the exact same shot off, and just bouncing over the bat. Very nearly had a top edge there, and if that kind of shot had got the top edge, he would have easily carried down to third man with the power that he put behind it. And once again, attempted cut shot by Nalla Perumal is really swiping at the ball quite viciously here.
Nalla Perumal not being able to read the bounce of Vitanage.
I feel like more than the bounce here, it's just the line of the ball. The first one was too much the offside as Nalla Perumal tried to pull it to the leg side. Second one, Nalla Perumal went for the cut shot, and that was again too much. It was extremely nearly a wide there as well. So Nalla Perumal couldn't quite middle the ball, or indeed get any bat on it at all. And there we go once again. It's a wide ball given by the umpire.
Not much variation seen from Vitanage here.
Not much, but it seems to be working as Nalla Perumal has been missing the ball consistently. And I think Vitanage is deciding if his shot broke, you don't need to fix it. Vitanage is changing his run up. He's going to bowl around the wicket here. Nalla Perumal on strike. And there he goes for once again the defensive shot. He's going to run it down to the long off. Pereira wants the double, but he's not going to get it.
Pereira has to survive for 1 ball of Vitanage in this over.
We saw him do pretty well previously. I mean, he just knocked the ball down. But if he gets a single, that means he'll have the entire over to face next over. And he goes for a big shot there. It's going to be lofted towards long on. And 1 run for Kalna Pereira. It's the end of the over, so he'll be facing the next over as well. We'll see how this goes.
Probably it'll be Himesh Ramanayaka, the most successful bowler coming out.
It's going to be a quick drinks break, and the water boys are just giving some pointers or some advice to Nallapirama here. Obviously, the coach's viewpoint on how fast they will need to declare. And St. Thomas College are now leading by 95 runs, so just 5 more runs for that 100-run lead that they want.
So 95 runs have just come in 1.5 hours in this session, in this morning session today. At the beginning of the day, Thomians were at 255 for the loss of 4 wickets. They've lost a couple of wickets, but Nallapirama has just held the fort and not let his team down. He's been playing a brilliant captains now.
Definitely very responsible innings by Nallapirama. He's been staying at the crease, and that's the most important thing. As soon as the 4th wicket fell, he joined Hapohin at the crease and stayed. And even now, after 8 wickets down, he's still at the crease as the responsible captain role.
Nallapirama has a higher score this season of 97. 97 not out. He'll definitely be looking to get that 100 today. Hopefully his partner at the other end will be able to hold on. He looks very good, doesn't he?
Yes, indeed, he does. 87 runs to his name. And I think it's going to make the most amount of sense for St. Thomas College to maybe wait until Nallapirama gets his century and then declare. Because then there'll be 100 runs up and Nallapirama would have got his century. So if they do get it at around 11:30, by 11:30 even, right now it's 11:15, then I feel like putting the Royalists into bat for half an hour to 1 hour might be more efficient or more beneficial for St. Thomas College than waiting for the lunch break. Of course, if they decide to put even more runs on the board, that's also their choice.
Thomians will be definitely looking for to win by an innings here. That seems to be the outlook.
Well, it's a risky one, and it's severely underestimated in the Royal College batsmen if they're expecting them to get out for less than 100 runs total, which is extremely rare, as you know. But anything is possible, of course, in cricket.
Last year we did see the collapse of the Thomian innings within just 1.5 sessions, I believe, and the Royalists managed to emerge victorious. They needed about 150 runs, and they lost 2 wickets in the process of getting the 150 runs.
Ramanayaka with Pereira facing Kalna Pereira. This will have to either get a single to Nallapirama if he wants less risk of a wicket fall in here, or he'll be going for the shots himself. We saw him going for a couple of extremely powerful shots earlier, even against Ramanayaka, so we might see the same thing against Vitanage, and here we might see him go after Ramanayaka as well.
Ramanayaka will definitely be fancying his chances of getting his wicket.
Definitely.
Pereira.
In my view, it's either going to be a Yorker or bouncer that Ramanayaka pulls out of his arsenal here. And it's a slow one, which Pereira guides down to the third man.
Interesting selection of
very interesting.
By Ramanayaka.
That's very definitely a slow ball. Pereira easy. He read the slow ball. I think Ramanayaka expected Pereira to go for the big shot there, and so bowled a slow ball to maybe catch him off guard. But Pereira was obviously looking for the defensive shot, so he had enough and more time to just get into position and guide the ball to third man for the single to give the strike to Nallapirama.
So Pereira's playing quite responsibly here.
Definitely wants to keep his
Sending a
wicket.
strike to the skipper Nallapirama.
I mean, it's the difference of just one ball, right? You can go for the shot and then go for the single, or you can just go for the single and give it to your skipper. And Pereira's gone for the latter option. And there's the bouncer. But Nallapirama going for a very interesting shot there. He's trying to either hit it over the keeper's head or hit it towards third man. But there is a man in the third man position. So if he had got the shot off, even then he might have been in a bit of a precarious position.
Nalaperma is not the tallest of guys.
Yeah, not really. Ramanayaka is though. So that bouncer really rears up at you, and Nalaperma didn't quite get his arms up fast enough.
It would have been interesting to see that bouncer ball to Kalna Pereira. He
Definitely.
probably would have gone after that one.
And there you go, it's a slow ball, and Nalaperma goes for a massive shot. Looks like he's gonna get it right in between two fielders. Beautiful placement by Nalaperma. The timing was slightly off, I feel, but he had enough power and placement behind the shot to get the boundary. That brings him into his 90s. And Nalaperma is just powering his way through the Royal College ball in attack and ripping them apart.
That was placed beautifully. Both the fielders had no chance of getting to that.
Two fielders on the leg side boundary, at the boundary line, and neither of them could get to that ball.
Nalaperma is on 91 now. We almost have two
Centurions.
in one inning, one Thomian inning.
Almost. The Koditwako 98.
Yes.
And there we go. That's the ball straight down to offside. Nalaperma obviously expecting the ball coming at him straight or middle and leg. And you could see that he was moving towards the leg side slightly to give himself some room to hit it towards the leg side. Ramanayaka surprised him there with the ball just skimming past his bat. And even that slow ball, the last ball that was hit for boundary, that nearly worked. As you could see, the timing was slightly off. The slow ball definitely surprised Nalaperma, I feel, but he recovered fast enough to just pull it towards mid wicket.
Slip in position will be
Useful here.
since-
And a massive shot. It's going to go third man, but bouncing before him. A thick edge there by Nalaperma, but not not thick enough to carry all the way to third man. So that's just a single. That's going to be Pereira on strike once again.
Ramanayaka is bowling wide off the off stump. And
He switched
good
his line.
field accuracy, slip there.
He switched.
Or even two maybe.
Yes, the slip position might be beneficial.
Seems to be running.
It looks like they're following your advice here. And they're putting up one slip. And then they're removing him. They seem a bit confused as to what exactly they want the field setting to be against Pereira.
Ramanayaka Pereira. Should be an interesting contest.
And there you go, that's the bouncer that was expected from Ramanayaka. Pereira just leaving the ball, opting to get a dot ball as opposed to going for a big shot and giving the strike to Nalaperma for the next over.
Some good patience shown by Kalna Pereira. He's been looking for the big shots and Ramanayaka attempted it there.
Definitely, there's a bouncer to the leg side. There was a fine leg and a deep square leg. So if Pereira had gone for the shot, there was a big chance he could have been caught at the boundary line.
Pereira is playing very responsibly, supporting his captain in the best way he could.
I think the best way he can support his captain is just by being not out, staying at the crease and therefore keeping 2 wickets in hand as opposed to 1. And do you think Nalaperma is going to get his century this over? It's 92 runs. He all needs is 2 boundaries, which we've seen him get time and time again in each over. So there's high chance we're going to get a century here. The first.
Did manage to bowl a couple of dot balls in the previous over, Nalaperma beating
The bat.
the bat.
And there's a massive appeal and it's given by the umpire. LBW Vithanage gets his second of the day, and this time is the captain Romesh Nalaperma. St. Thomas's College lose their skipper. 92 runs into his innings, just 8 runs short of his century. And that's the second Thomian batsman to leave while he's in the 90s against Royal College. Vithanage bowling a beautiful ball in swinger right into Nalaperma's pads. Nalaperma going for the straight drive, trying to lift it over the heads of the inner yard circle and missing it. And the umpire gives it immediately.
Thomian seemed to have declared with a lead of 102 runs. It's a
Decent.
positive lead, very healthy lead.
And it's going to be, they were looking, like I said, they were looking for that 100 run lead, and as well as the fact that they wanted the century for Nalaperma. Now they missed out on the second one, so they decided, okay, we're going to declare with a 102 run lead, and we're going to see how the Royalists deal with this.
1 wicket before lunch will be ideal for the Thomians. They'll definitely be looking for that. Kalna Pereira will remove his pads and come back and start the bowling attack for the Thomians.
Well, we thought that this was a spinning wicket and that Sandeep and Herath will be the most effective. But it looks like Vitanage really took the lead here and took a captain's role along with Ramanayaka. Between them, they're in 4 wickets today out of the 5 that were taken in total, with Manla Pereira just taking the extra one.
So 2 Thomian batsmen missing out on the century, both their skipper and the vice captain Kodituaku. Both of them will be rather disappointed, especially Kodituaku. He missed out on a century in the 136th Battle of the Blues. He was dismissed for 95. And
And Royal College has now put up a total of 255 runs in the first innings, and we are going to compare that with St. Thomas College's 357, a very, very, like you said, healthy total, with Nalla Perma scoring 92 runs, Kodi Tuaka scoring 98 runs, and the half century by Sidara Hapu in 59 runs, as well as the other opener alongside Kodi Tuaku, Durit Gunaratna, with 35 runs, all contributing to the total of 357. And it's going to be a brief break here while the Royal batsmen pad up and the St. Thomas's College fielders will get ready.
taking a look at that scorecard, that was a very, very positive first wicket partnership between Gunaratna and Kodituaku. It was worth 127. That was the foundation. Brilliant Thomian innings where they made 357 for the loss of 9 wickets.
Yes, we saw the opening partnership played a big factor in this, as well as a 5th wicket partnership between Habohinna and Ramesh Nallaperuma. Very positive partnership there, and then finally 7 wickets fallen. It was Nallaperuma after Habohinna got out, Nallaperuma took the lead and scored a very brilliant 92 runs just to continue the Thomian scoreboard. And it's worked out pretty well. It's been a fairly positive performance by pretty much all the Thomian batsmen, except for...
Order, all of them have reached double figures. Most of them above 30, except for Gunavardhana and Ishan Pereira, scoring 16 and 17 respectively.
And just Dylan Pires and Vijay Ratna, the only real Thomian batsmen to fail, getting 3 and 4 runs respectively.
3 half centurions, Nalla Peruma the skipper on 92, Kodituaku 98, and Sitara Hapu in the wicket keeper for a brilliant 59. That 5th wicket partnership too was very crucial. 91 runs it was. So, Shalam, do you think the Royalists will be looking to go on the defensive mode, or will they take down this 102 lead?
Well, it's very hard to say exactly what's going on in the Royalist minds here, because they could easily just go on the defensive and decide to draw the match, but then again, no one gets up in the morning to draw. Everyone gets up and comes to the Royal Thomian to win. So it's just a matter of pride and decision making here, whether or not they're going to go after this total. Because if they do score around 200 in this session, like, assuming that they go after every single ball and they score 200, then they'll have one session to get the Thomians all out. But then again, it's assuming that they can get the Thomians all out in just a matter of one session, as well as the fact that whether or not they will actually be able to get 200 if they go after the ball. So if Royal College does decide to go for the win here, it's going to be an incredibly risky gamble, which could easily backfire on them, because if they do go after the ball and the batsmen fall one after the other and they end up with 100 runs, St. Thomas College can win by innings, or just a very simple maybe 50 or 100 runs in the last session to win the match.
I think I've got to agree with you there. It doesn't seem to be a batsman's pitch on this third and final day of the 138th Battle of the Blues. We saw that in this morning session today. The Thomians lost 6 wickets in just around 2 hours.
Well, we'll see what happens as soon as the openers come out. And we're going to see exactly how they play their game in the first session.
Herath and Java are going to be openers. They will have to come up with crucial partnership they will have to hold on for a long time if the Royalists are at least looking for a draw here. In the first innings, they were not. In the first innings, they couldn't set a good partnership for the first wicket.
The opening
Ball
partnership.
failed very badly, and luckily for the Royalists, Sandeepa and Ramanayaka saved the day, saved the first day of this 138 battle of the Blues for the Royalists.
And here we see all the Royal stewards crossing the pitch from the boys' tent over to the pavilion to give some extra support and cheer to the Royal openers as they run out onto the pitch. And it's 11:30 a.m. just around half an hour to 1 hour for the lunch break. So maybe a couple of wickets for the Thomians can mean a lot, and they'll be looking to take it.
The light hasn't been very favourable to us during the past 2 days.
Well,
The Royalists will be depending a lot on how the light will work out, I believe.
Well, if the umpires call bad light right now, I would say that they need to get rid of the sunglasses. It's an absolutely blinding day right now, and clear skies.
Even yesterday we saw very clear skies, very few clouds, but then at around 4 o'clock, straight after the tea break, the umpires decided the light wasn't suitable enough to play on.
Well, yesterday was a very different. It was much cloudier for one. Over here we see some clouds, but it's very clear right above the grounds. Yesterday was definitely much darker than right now, because right now you can almost feel the sun beaten down onto the ground. And yesterday there was a lot of cloud. Mostly it was cloud and the risk of rain as well. Today it doesn't seem like that at all. No heavy clouds in sight either.
It will be an interesting battle once the boys step into the field once again to bat it out or bowl it out there. The umpires moving towards the pitch, they went to the ground.
And they're just preparing the pitch here for the batsman using
Run
their
up and
roller.
the team to running out.
And here comes the Thomian team with Kalna Pereira at the head, it seems.
Taken his hat into his hand, which means
It's going to
he'll be
open the
starting
bowling.
off with the ball. They seem a very confident side, don't they, Shah?
Definitely they are eager to start the match as fast as possible. It's very clear what the Thomian's intention is here. Go straight for the win, to push as hard as they can onto the Royal batsman. It just remains to be seen how the Royal batsmen are going to play with it. They're going to go for some hard shots, or they're going to decide to keep their wickets. And it looks like the Royal batsmen are still padding up, and the fact is they're still preparing the pitch as well, still using the roller to flatten out any discrepancies in the pitch. And here they're taking the roller off, so it looks like the pitch has been prepared. Pereira already taking his run up, very eager to be off.
Last year's first 11 cricket captain, Sahil Jayadilkar, is going around wishing the Thomians both Nalla Perum and Kodituaku will be very disappointed missing out on the century.
It's very rare that you don't see even at least one centurion in a big match. Last it was Pasidal Surya Bandara scoring 121 for Royal College. And
Rashmika Opatha
Opatha as well scoring the century.
for the Thomians.
Yes.
And all in all, it was a great batting performance by the Thomians.
Definitely very solid, and I feel like the only reason that they lost 9 quick wickets, or 5 quick wickets this session, was because of the fact that they were going after every single ball and scoring as fast as they could. Otherwise, I feel like easy century might have been made for Nalla Perumal if he had just been batting his usual way.
Absolutely, but he was interested in going after the ball ball and getting as many runs as possible.
And even Hapu Hinna could have scored much more. Even he went after a big shot and only got out.
As soon as the Thomians walked in today morning, they were looking to just take on the bowlers, get as many runs before
And-
lunch, I was assuming, but then they declared before half an hour before the lunch break. So
And here come the Royal batsmen, along with the rest of the what seems to be the entire school behind them. A lot of support here.
it's not the entire school, Shalom. The boys is full.
Well, the boys tend to be the exception. And it looks like it's going to be the same openers for Royal College here. Ronugu Jayawardena and Yuvin Herath at the crease. Herath again a very interesting choice for an opener. He's not known as a batsman, he's rather known as an orthodox left-hand spinner.
Here he is opening the
He's been opening in both
Royal
innings.
at the 130th when they lose. Very interesting. Very interesting move there.
A questionable choice by Royal College, but definitely something that for some reason they're sticking with.
Two slips and a gully for Calder Pereira. He'll definitely be looking for Herath's outside edge.
And the same strategy as before. Here comes Pereira and a beautiful outswinger there. Herath just leaving the ball. We see a short leg as well, so Pereira obviously looking for the inside edge as well as the outside edge. He's obviously ready for both, but there's no man in the deep in the V. So if Herath managed to get it between mid on, mid off, or even through mid wicket, he's got a boundary.
Herath doesn't seem to be a very successful batsman. Only has an average of 7.5, which is pretty interesting for an
Opener.
opener.
But then again, as I said,
Beautiful. Calder Pereira just looking for the wicket of Herath. Seems very eager to get this wicket.
Pereira obviously going for that outside edge as of now. It looks like Herath is just leaving whatever balls are going outside his off stump and waiting for the ball to come in line with his wicket before he can go after it or even indeed get contact with the ball at all.
Pereira might try and bowl this to the pads and try an LBW here.
And that one, a massive appeal by Pereira.
Huge appeal.
It didn't look very convincing though. The fielders around the batsman didn't go up. It's Pereira who was looking for the wicket.
Even Hapu Hinna, who picked up the ball, didn't go up.
He didn't seem too interested. That ball was just sliding down the leg side. Herath almost going after it, but then deciding to pull out at the last second.
Pereira must be hearing a lot of things. There are so many papare bands and DJs and bands performing around the ground.
It's definitely a distracting atmosphere, but then again, that's how the Royal Thomian is, and a hard bouncer by Pereira.
Herath does an easy job of just ducking to that, not the tallest of men. All cricketing Herath seem to be quite short. Rangan Herath too is a short man, but short in stature, but huge
Interest-
in acts.
You could mistake this Herath as the Rangana Herath actually, if you look at him from afar. And even the fact that he's a left-handed batsman, it just reflects him entirely. Ronugu Jayawardena is the non-striker here. He's the very consistent and regular opening batsman for the Royal team. Here comes Pereira once again. And a massive appeal by
Huge
the
appeal.
entire Thomian side, not given by the umpire. That was definitely much closer than the previous few. Just moving past Hera's outside edge, taken by the keeper. They obviously thought there was a faint edge there, but nothing that the umpire could see. And you see that the field has changed in a matter of seconds, and they're given the ball over to the next bowler.
Tevi Niriyagama will shot the new ball. He has been pretty good with the new ball.
And here Ronuku Jayawardene facing Niriyagama. Just knocking the ball over to mid-off. Well, from that first over, it looks like Royal College taking a defensive approach. Here at just blocking the ball or leaving the ball, whichever fits him the best.
And even Jayawardene here.
Not playing very aggressively.
Exactly. Defending that one, leaving it alone.
That's a wide ball given by the umpire. Irigama just moving the ball towards the offside, maybe trying to tempt Jayawardene maybe into a offensive shot, but Jayawardene leaving the ball and getting the wide for it.
One problem Niriyagama faced in the first innings bowling to the Royalists was the wides. He was trying to bowl way too fast.
And that's first boundary that's going to be for Jayawardene. He went for a straight drive or cover drive there, and he got a thick edge past the gully. No third man that's going to run down for a boundary.
Third slip and he would have been gone.
Well, if there had been 3 slips, that may have been a catch. But the ball did keep fairly low as opposed to flying straight up.
Just getting back to the conversation about Iriyagama's bowling performance in the last innings. He managed to get one wicket. But before the lunch break, he was bowling.
Very erratically.
Yeah, he was bowling very wide. He was just trying to just rush it into the batsman, bowling it very fast. He was not thinking too much about the lines and the lengths, but only about pace.
Pereira was definitely the more consistent bowler. Irigama, as opposed to Pereira, sprayed the ball around just a little bit. He's very interesting action. That's a super shot by Jayawardene, but it's going to be fielded at the covers. Irigama, as you can see, the line and length slightly off, but he compensates that with a low bounce because of a low release point and a lot of pace in his ball as well.
Iriyagama is not a tall man, and
You can
he's
see
not
the
fastest
difference.
of bowlers as well.
You can see the difference between him and Ramanayaka. I mean, when Irigama bowls the ball, keeps slow. When Ramanayaka bowls the ball, bounces extremely high. It's a difference of height that makes a lot of change there.
Last year we did see Johan Pereira. He too is not the fastest of bowlers, a medium pacey. He managed to bag 3 wickets in the previous edition of
And
the
a
Blue.
smashing shot by Jayawardene that didn't even leave the crease after he hit the ball, just stayed at where he was. He knew that was going for 4 runs. Stepped forward, the ball was a bit too full by Iriyagama. It was pitched slightly outside off, and Jayawardene just powering that ball towards the boundary rope on the offside.
See, the Royal openers seem to be having different approaches to this
Hey,
chase of 102 runs.
maybe it's that Herat needs to preserve his wicket and Jayawardene needs to go after the ball. I don't know.
So it's something like a Nalla Peru Makalna Pereira going on here in between among the 2 Royal openers.
And Jayawardene follows that shot up with a very lazy leave. So maybe it's just that Jayawardene is just looking for the loose balls that he can hit. and playing defensively the rest of the time. Yeah, it's a
That's good.
and a massive
Iriagama strikes.
wicket for Iriagama. Has
The
taken off
off
the entire stump.
The off stump is somewhere else in the ground. That's a beautiful ball. Ronuka Javadan looking to hammer that away to the boundary as well, but fails miserably. That will be a huge loss for the Royals. It seems to be going in the Thomian's favour at this point right now. They'll be looking to get at least one more wicket in the next 20 minutes before lunch. Salam, you seem a little disappointed.
That was a bit of a waste of a wicket by Jaiwan. They went for the shot. It was a super ball by Iriagama. Top of the off stump. Sent it flying. Jaiwan obviously had no idea what to do. The same way he saw him get dismissed by Pereira in the last innings. Pereira just going through the gate, hit in the middle stump. And almost the exact same dismissal for Jaiwan. This time just hit the off stump as opposed to middle stump. A waste of a wicket, and it's going to be Pasinda Surya Bandara who's going to come in as the one down batsman. That's a big wicket for St. Thomas College. Jayawardena was the solid opener. He got 32 runs last innings.
The last ball of the second over, Iriagama strikes. Jayawardena was looking very good, especially against Iriagama. Looking to take on Iriagama.
Scored a couple of boundaries.
2 boundaries, in fact. So, Jayawardena has to switch for 8.
And it'll be Herath on strike for the next over against Kalna Pereira.
The new man, Pasinda Surya Bandara, centurion in the previous edition of the Battle of the Blues. Shalom, don't you think it'll be interesting to see Kalna Pereira bowling from the media box end?
Do you want him to bowl against Surya Bandara or Herath?
No, I don't mind to the bowler, but the batsman rather, because Ramanaka managed to get all 5 of his wickets from this end.
That's very true.
Media box end. So, I think a spinner should operate from the opposite end, because I can see a couple of foot marks, some patches of grass.
And a thick edge for Yuvin Herath, which runs down to the boundary, third man position. Just moving past the gully. The 2 steps on the gully, and it just spun past him. Couldn't get his hands quite underneath it to take the catch. And it's going to be unlucky for Kalna Pereira.
So Herath living very dangerously out there in the crease.
If you notice, there are 13 runs on the board. 12 of those runs were from boundaries, just the one single so far.
That was an extra, a wide.
Oh yes, that's true. So only runs they've ever scored were from boundaries.
None of the runs have...
That one straight down the leg side. Well, Habuhina definitely thought that was a wicket there, but no one else seemed to.
So the Royalists have not crossed the pitch for a single or any run, as a matter of fact, but they've just got their runs off.
Looks like it's a very stand and deliver attitude here. In international cricket, there's a fine for fielders claiming catches when there was no catch, or wicket keepers deciding I'm going to appeal for certain catch even though there was obviously no catch. So there is penalization, and there we go. Well, Pereira is appealing. Well, Pereira and Habuhina should be taking turns appealing to the umpire, making sure that not one of them takes the blame.
If the Thomians did have a review system, both of their reviews would have been over by now for sure.
They're obviously very excited, very on the edge. Herath fishing outside the leg stump.
It was clear as day that the previous one didn't go anywhere close to the bat.
Solid shot by Herat. Shot match in this bulk here. Defensive.
Then again, it is a distracting environment out there in the middle of the pitch.
The thing about cricket is that it's one of the most slow-paced sports. Everything moves at a fairly snail's pace here, compared to other sports, that is. And so you have time to collect yourself and think, especially the batsman. After every ball, he can kind of just review himself and think, okay, what am I doing? What am I doing wrong? How should I change it? And there's a third strip going up there.
The shorter format, the T20 format, has really catch on in the past few years.
Definitely inspired these Thomian fielders.
So with the inclusion of the 20-over format, cricket has not been that boring, slow game where people just clap for each boundary or each run.
They do clap for each boundary, not for each run though.
Talk about Lord's cricket.
Yes, Stars cricket, they do clap for each run, that's true. A hard bouncer by Pereira. Herat deciding to just keep his wicket, not try anything too rash. So Media Gama once again from the media box end. He's the one who took the wicket against Jayawardene in the last ball of the second over. And so we're passing the Surya Bandar, the new man on strike here against Media Gama.
I believe 2 to 3 more overs in this session.
Just a few.
Thomians will definitely be looking for another wicket. Preferably of Hasan Surya Bandar, because we have seen that he's a dangerous man and he can bring the Royalists rather, from dangerous situations and place them in a
Safe
safer
one.
position in the context of the game.
It's a wide ball by the Media Gama. Just ball straight towards the offside. Looks like he's trying to tempt Surya Bandar. He got 3 slips as opposed to 2 now, as well as the gully. So it might be that he's just trying to make Pasandu Surya Bandar play a drive. Irigama changed in his run up here. He's going from around the wicket to Surya Bandara. Maybe he's trying for that angle to get the edge. And that's a defensive shot by Surya Bandara. Just the one. He's going to run it down to fine leg. And he's going to give it back to Herat to take strike. And Surya Bandar is just having a word with Herat in the middle of the pitch. Herat takes strike against Media Gama for the first time. He's asking for his place.
So Iriagam is a successful bowler, will be looking for another wicket here.
3 slips, a gully and backward point. And no short leg as opposed to when there was a short leg for Pereira. So it looks like Media Gama is just looking for only that outside edge against Yuin Herat. See how this goes. Here comes the third slip. Outside leg there.
I don't understand his outlook to this. 3 slips and a gully, and he's bowling wide off the leg stump.
Well, there is a fine leg. So no harm really. Just one single maybe. But if he wants to pick a wicket, he'll be wanting to bowl outside off stump. We might see a change in line here. There we go. It's a bit straighter than before towards the middle stump. And everybody here within the 30-yard circle except fine leg. And that's a full toss by Hidegama to the leg side. Fine leg is not going to get there. Hera just flicking the ball off his pads. And it's going to be first boundary for him. Sorry, the second boundary. The first one was an edge that flew past the gully. This one was the first purposeful shot that Hera has played. All the rest have just been defensive shots or just leaving the ball. This one is actually an attacking shot. Hidegama's mistake. It was way too full. And of course to the leg side. Just flicking it to the square leg position. And you can see the fine leg position is moving slightly towards square. Maybe to stop another one of those shots.
The pressure seems to be getting to Hidegama, young man. 17-year-old pressure.
And that's the kind of ball he'll be wanting to bowl.
Just needs to tip the batsman to drive and somehow or the other find that outside edge here. But the Thomians will be happy with this session. They managed to pose 102 runs and managed to get a crucial Royalist wicket.
Yeah, that's getting the single down to fine leg. It's going to be the end of the over. Royal College now 21 runs for the loss of 1 wicket.
This may be the last over before the lunch break. So the Thomians seem to have listened to my advice and bowl a spinner from the opposite end.
Or it might be just be the commentator's curse, and now they might be following your advice, followed by an absolutely brilliant over for the Royalists. Solid block there by Herat.
Four men around the bat.
Pavit Ratnayaka, the
He's
bowler.
got 96 wickets this season so far. He will be looking for the other 4 too. A huge milestone to get 100 wicket haul, 100 wickets in the season.
And this is an intensely attacking field setting. They've got here 2 slips, silly mid off, square leg rather, mid on and mid off. A man in the catching position at covers, and then a man at cover and backward point as well. As far as we can see, not a single man in the deep. So if here I choose to go over the top, nothing's going to stop him. Slashed at that one, missed.
The batsman still seems to be looking to play it down to the offside.
Just the 2 men in the leg side though, so we'll see what happens here. Ratnayaka, the leg spinner on against the left-hand batsman. That'll be the end of the over. Very quick over by Ratnayaka. And Royal still 21 runs for the loss of 1 wicket, so maiden over.
So change of ends for Kalna Pereira. He'll be bowling from the media box end. It was the end that was advantageous for the Royal bowler Himesh Ramanayake. He got all 4 of his wickets from this end.
As well as the fact that Iregama got his wicket from this end as well against Ronak Jayawardene.
Kalna Pereira will be looking for something big here.
It's possible Surya Bandara on strike. Defensive shot by Surya Bandara. He's pushing it into the covers for a single. Surya Bandara has faced 2 balls and scored 2 runs, a single off each of them. He's trying to give Herat the strike, and now he's coming across the pitch to give Herat some advice.
Herat might need a little more than just advice. He's not looked very comfortable at the crease. Couple of edges, playing very defensive, of course.
And he has just 1 run away from his highest score of the season. His highest score has been 11. Now the boundary could make him make this performance his best, which is what anyone's dream is at the Royal Thomian. And a massive appeal by the bowler. Well, I'm not quite sure what happened there. It either went through his legs or just drifted wide.
Ball. I'm not sure what Pereira's intentions were there, but it just put a question mark in the batsman's head.
And once again we see the conventional field for Pereira. You get the 3 slips on the gully, backward point and the short leg as well. Here he comes. And an inside edge for Herat. Again a quick single across the ground. And a massive appeal, and it's given. Surya Bandara doesn't believe it, and the Thomians are ecstatic. They've taken out the one down batsman for Royal College, passing the Surya Bandara, just fishing outside the off stump, and looks like he's got the edge. This umpire gave it as a massive appeal by the entirety of the Thomian team. Hapuhina taking the catch and going up immediately, and Royal College really suffering here. Just 23 runs in and they've lost the first 2 wickets. So it looks like the Thomians' dream has come true. They've taken 2 wickets before the lunch break. And a massive loss for Royal College here. And looks like that this is the end of the session as well. The last ball before the end of the session, and here the Royal batsmen are leaving along with the Thomian fielders. Surya Bandara can't believe it.
Is on fire now. Royal boys seems to be disappointed. So this has been an incredible session for the Thomians. 102 runs off it, then 2 wickets. Royalists seem to be in a lot of trouble right now.
Well, we got 2 sessions to go and 1 whole innings to play. So a draw is still very conceivable here, but I have a feeling that the Royal is going for the victory. It will be a bit of a brash move and something that they will not want to have. So Royal College now 23 runs for the loss of 2 wickets, with Surya Bandara and Ronak Jayawardene having left the pitch, scoring 8 runs and 2 runs respectively. And Royal College obviously need to collect themselves at the lunch break and make a few strategical decisions. Uh, and that will be the end of the first session of the day. And we'll see you again after lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the day 3 of 138th Battle of the Blues. Currently, Royal College at 28 runs, so loss of 2 wickets, losing 2 wickets just before the lunch break. And right now, we have Kavindu Madara Singh and Yuvin Herath at the crease with Herath on strike. And Iragama put back into the attack from the Maitland Place end. Well, Royal College lost 2 quick wickets just before the lunch break. Within half an hour of them taking to the pitch at all. And now they have 2 sessions to buy it out if they want to have a draw. Or indeed, they need to get more than 100 runs if they want to break even. Right now, Royal College trailing by around 70 runs. Can't afford to lose more wickets, and Herath fishing outside the off stump here. The 2 main batsmen in the team, Pasan Surya Bandara and Rona Gujrawa, on the field cheaply. 8 runs and 2 runs respectively. And a pretty standard field setting for St. Thomas's College. They got the mid on, the mid off, square leg, deep square leg. Sorry, the fine leg. 2 slips, gully, backward point in mid off. Iragam has been known to spray the ball quite a bit, and as of now his line is not been very constant. Few balls just outside the off stump. Last ball went flying past the leg stump. Of course, if we want in the ball just outside the off stump, since he wants that edge without balling too wide. He's had a few problems with wides even yesterday, the first innings, and even now we've seen a couple of wides by him already. And Herath once again just pushing outside the off stump but not getting bat on ball. Iragama's bowling is very interesting action. The ball keeps extremely low. The ball looks, as much as the ball is going outside the outside edge, is also staying very low and going beneath the bat, or almost beneath the bat. And Herath knocking the ball downwards to the leg side, but no run. Madara Singh wanted the single there, but Herath said no, get back. And now Madara Singh is the one who's going to be facing the next over. Scored extremely valuable 38 last innings for Royal College, along with the 230s and the 240s. So it contributed to make the ultimate score of 255. In this case, they'll be looking towards him to save the entire innings. 2 wickets falling extremely quickly is not what Royal College wanted. They'll be wanting to last the entire 2 sessions. And team getting out in just 1 session or even 1.5 sessions, extremely embarrassing. And definitely not what anyone wants at all. And Kalna Pereira will be continuing his spell. That's a good shot by Madara Singh into the gap, and they're going to get 2 runs here. And they got the short leg up for Kalna Pereira, obviously looking for that inside edge. It worked last innings for Surya Bandara. Madhara Singh looking for the run. Kavinda Madhara Singh seems to be very eager to get these singles. Even last time he was looking for a run when Herat refused it. And Herat continues to refuse few potential run-out opportunities for St. Thomas's College. Very wise. Madhara Singh seems to want to get off the mark extremely fast. Currently now only 6 runs.
It looks like the Royalists wants to play defensive.
They want to keep their wickets more than anything else. Pereira has proved to be probably the most effective bowler for St. Thomas College. 3 overs. He's given away 10 runs, just 10 runs in 3 overs, and taken 1 wicket, being that of Pasindu Surya Bandara. A lot of men behind the batsman. Three slips to Gali, backward point and fine leg, all behind the batsman. So obviously Pereira will be wanting to bowl the ball much shorter, maybe a good length as opposed to a full length. You want Madhara Singh to play on the back foot. Once again, bowling just outside off stump. It's a great shot by Madhara Singh. He just whipped it off to the leg side and it's going to go down to the boundary for 4 runs. Pereira bowling just a bit too full and a bit too middle and leg. Then his field set in allows. And in this case, just Madhara Singh, all he had to do was just whip the ball off his pads. That's exactly what he did. 4 runs for Kavinda Madhara Singh. And now both batsmen at 10 runs. And that's the end of the over. Herat will be facing, and Rock College now 35 runs with a loss of 2 wickets. It looks like Ida Gama will be continuing his spell from the Maitland Place end. St. Thomas College seem to be bowling their fast bowlers much more than the spin bowlers, with Ida Gama and Pereira alternating from the 2 ends. In the morning, the pitch was extremely damp, and we saw a few spinners coming in. Manula Pereira and Ewan Herat from Royal, and Pavit Ratnayaka from St. Thomas College. But now, with the intense heat beating down, looks like the pitch has dried up a decent amount and allowed the fast bowlers to get a good seam attack going. Herat just leaving the ball, playing defensive as he's been doing the entire innings so far. We saw Jayawardena going off the ball quite a few times, well, hitting 2 boundaries before he was bowled by Iriagama. And then Surya Bandara played defensively, just a couple of singles before the tip catch. And Herat all the way through all of this has been extremely quiet. It's been either leaving the ball or defending the ball, couple of boundaries. And it's gone! Herat fishing outside the off stump, pushing at the ball, and Irigama picks up his second wicket as it gets a thick edge and the second slip takes the catch. And that will be a massive blow to Royal College as the second opener leaves the pitch. 35 runs now for 3 wickets, and St. Thomas College
are watching in delight as the Royal batsmen fall one by one. 8 runs, 2 runs, and 10 runs. The 3 batsmen have left the pitch, and Royal College need a good partnership to get back into the game. Otherwise, it's very conceivable that they might even lose by an entire innings, still trailing by 70 runs or so, 67 runs rather, and 7 wickets in hand.
Score is 35 for 3.
And we've seen Herat living dangerously this entire innings, just pushing at the ball every time it comes close to the off stump, leaving the ball most of the time, but then again playing defensive shots quite a lot actually. That one, Edie Carmen managed to cut in just a little bit, managed to bring the ball in enough so that he can get the edge that second slip takes very neatly. And it's the skipper himself, Haley Tuvitanage, coming to the crease and will be facing against Iriagama. Haley Tuvitanage scored only 10 runs last innings. He'll be looking to redeem himself here. And a full ball from Iriagama on the offside, obviously looking for the edge once again. Should hit the play to the offside. And edge there, but did not carry through to the fourth slip.
It will be interesting to see how Helitha replies. His first thing he got out only for 100 runs, and he is yet another score for Royal. It will be interesting to watch Helitha back. What kind of responsibility he will take on and how he will showcase that.
Well, we saw Nella Peruma from St. Thomas College playing a brilliant captain's knock. So here they might want to replicate exactly that kind of responsibility. That's true. St. Thomas College in a much better position when they're 4 down, and Nella Peruma came into the crease. Now Royal College are 3 down, and the captain comes in. And St. Thomas College put the keeper up front. Hapuhinna is standing right up to the stumps, looking probably for that stump in. Of course, when you get a fast bowler bowling at you and you stand right out of the stumps, it's a very risky business. You could potentially have an injury or even just miss the ball. And that first slip, if you notice, is standing almost directly behind Hapuhin at the keeper position. Obviously, if there's a tip catch, they'll be relying on the slip cordon to take it. It's a good over by Iriagama. He took out Yuvin Herat, and that is Royal College now 36 for a loss of 3 wickets. again, but this time there's a man in the deep, the third man, to collect the ball. Looks like St. Thomas College a bit wary of Madhara Singh when he's at the crease. They put in a few men in the deep, as opposed to Vikram Singh who's surrounded. And it's a beautiful shot by Vikram Singh, right down to the fine leg boundary there. Again, too full by Irigam. It looks like his line and length variation is not quite working out for him just yet. He might prove to have a wicket soon, but as of now, Vikram Singh is just putting that away. And that was a wild ball by Irigam. It looks like he just lost control of the ball a little bit over there.
Ran down for a 4. Iriagam has lost his touch, I suppose.
Well, just this over, I think.
He was bowling so well in the previous overs. This over proves to be a disaster for him.
2 fours. And then this extremely strange ball by Irigam. It was extremely full, even so full that it didn't bounce even before it reached the keeper. And far away to the leg side. Abuhin had no chance of collecting that one.
You can see Kalnapera and Captain Robert Shalapera having a word with him.
Just telling him to calm down a bit, keep an even line and length, and that's better. Much better ball by Irigama. And a beauty of a ball by Irigama, just beaten the bat of Ahan Vikramasinghe. The slip cord went up there, expecting a tip catch, but nothing doing. Those last 2 balls were definitely an incredibly improvement on the previous few ones. Better line and length, better bounce.
End of the over, Royal College 61 runs for the loss of 4 wickets.
And it's Manhar Singh on strike. He's been looking in very good form this innings. But it's an extremely attacking field by St. Thomas's College. Again, 3 men in helmets surrounded him. And just one slip. And here Ratnaika's kind of just looping the ball towards the middle of the pitch and then straighten it out with this spin.
Another wicket for St. Thomas's College. Pavit Ratnaika celebrating there.
And it's Madhar Singh who leaves the field, and this will be a massive blow to Royal College. 25 runs, the highest scorer so far, and Royal College fall in 1 by 1.
You can see
And-
the disappointment in the non-striker as well. He knows what big of a blow this is for Royal College.
And that's a 5th wicket that's gone. You can't believe it, Madhar Singh, as he's leaving the pitch and is joined by the new batsman Tevindu Senaratne at the crease. And it's calamity after calamity for Royal College. Still trailing by 41 runs. And only 5 wickets left in hand. And now it's Devindu Senaratne at the crease. Coming in at number 7.
Pavit Ratnakar doing exactly what he did during the season. He has an incredible record.
Well, Devindu Senaratne's played 14 matches for the first 11 squad of Royal College, an average of 22 with a total of 548 runs and a high score of 94. Hopefully they'll want him to keep at the crease and replicate the kind of innings that he once played when he scored 94. But look at this attack in field. And it's another big appeal, but not given by the umpire.
Pavit Ratnakar is very close to getting 100 wickets in this season. He has been the highest wicket taker for St. Thomas College. And the team has...
And Senaratne going for the sweep shot there, going for a quick single, and they're going to get it. Very narrow escape for Senaratne there.
It was a very risky run.
And another risky shot by Han Vikramasinghe, going for the cut shot through the covers, missing it entirely. And here Ratnakar comes again. That was very full by Pavit Ratnakar. That's the end of another great over by St. Thomas's College, and its score stands 62 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. Iragama continuing his spell from the Maitland Place end, proven to be the most effective bowler so far for St. Thomas's College, picking up 3 crucial wickets. And
captain Vitanagir,
as well as the opener Ronak Jayawardene. Now you can even say that Iragama is the one who triggered the collapse at the beginning of the Royal batting performance.
I think those wickets were very crucial, and Iragama delivered them at the right time for St. Thomas's College.
Senaratne at the crease now. He'll be very wary of Iragama. And this is quite a disastrous performance by Royal College. 62 runs for the loss of 5 wickets is not the kind of score that anybody wants to project, no matter what situation they are in. That's a decent shot by Senaratne. They're going to go for another quick single, and they're going to get it. I think the most important thing for Royal College now is to try and cover the gap between them and how much St. Thomas College lead by. They need to get at least 102 runs to have a hope of winning this match, to even think about winning or drawing this match at all.
St. Thomas College is leading by 49 runs. They will at least need 35.
Seems to be some kind of problem at the middle of the pitch here. Umpires just coming up and having a word with Captain Nalla Peruma. And it's Ahan Wickramasinghe at the crease facing against Iriagama with 4 slips. And the keeper standing up and a great shot. Oh! And Wickramasinghe putting the ball up, lofting the ball. He's going to get a boundary for it, but a narrow escape for
That was a
Wickramasinghe.
brilliant effort by Gunawardena. He dived to his left. He almost got onto it, but couldn't.
Going to hold the ball in his hands. A brilliant effort.
That
His
ball
feet-
will run away for 4.
His feet left the ground extremely early and he was stretched to his limit there. Got a hand on the ball and managed to slow it down. But a risky shot by Ahan Wickramasinghe. And that might have proved to be another tremendous wicket for St. Thomas's College. Looks like they're just getting closer and closer, and you can even see that the field knows it too. They're like bloodhounds. And they're going for another single here, fast one. And it's good run between the wickets for these two. Very quick singles.
The best result the Royals can get is a draw out of this match. They need to stay in the wicket, be patient, not go for the risky shots. But that's what they're currently doing. They're going for the risky shots and trying to get narrow the score between the Thomian and the Royalists. But I don't think that is working out for the Royalists.
See, the problem, Jonathan, is that if you try and defend each and every ball, ultimately you're still going to get out at some point in time. And if you get out and you have not actually closed that gap, then you're in massive trouble. You're going to lose by an innings. So I feel like it's a mixture between keeping your wickets and just getting enough runs to narrow that gap. Royal are definitely have been backed into a corner here by St. Thomas's College, and victory is on the cards very definitely. Maybe even by an innings, considering this massive collapse by Royal College.
We saw a similar situation last year when St. Thomas scored 350 odd runs and Royal College only scored 327 and declared the match. And somehow Royal College managed to limit St. Thomas in the second innings for 128.
That's a cut shot by Ahan Wickramasinghe, getting it between Sydney mid-off and the second slip. Have been stopped by point. And here we see a single mistake by Ahan Wickramasinghe can lead to a wicket. Even a degree of movement by the bat in the unintended direction will result in the edge that will prove to be his undoing. A very balanced field set in here, but no one in the deep. They've got the square leg and the mid-on, mid-off, man in the cover and backward point. And see, this is where Ganit Sandeep would have flourished with that little paddle sweep shot of his that he kept repeatedly playing. And in fact, Sandeep is still left to come in, along with Himesh Ramanayaka. So the two people who put up a good 83 run partnership last innings are still yet to come. So Royal College will be hoping on them if these two fail as well. Pavit Ratnayaka continuing his spell.
Solid back foot defense by Wickramasinghe.
Ratnayaka coming in once again. That was a short ball by Ratnayaka and put away by Ahan Wickramasinghe. Going onto the back foot and punching it through the covers. Too short, too wide by Ratnayaka. Just the one fault in the entire over. Otherwise, it was a very good over. Just at the very end there, I slipped up a little bit. And Wickramasinghe taking full advantage of it. And Senaratne facing against Kalna Pereira, who's been brought back into the attack to replace Iriagama.
He's It's an interesting choice by the captain Ala Peruma to bring Kalana back. Kalana did get 5 wickets in the first innings, but it didn't show any improvement in the second innings.
He did get the wicket of man Pasindu Surya Bandara. But definitely not as effective as last innings. Last innings he really ripped through the Royal College lineup. This time he was Iragama. But I guess the captain is expecting a few things from Pereira. And as he has not lived up to it yet, it might be that there may be something in here. Senaratna on strike. Vicious bouncer which has been given by wide. A bit too much of a bouncer there. And Senaratna not the tallest man on the field.
Right throughout you can see Kalana Pereira bowling bouncers and jokers. I think it helps with his height.
Definitely, you see these tall, aggressive fast bowlers are the most effective ones because they are the ones who can get in the batsman's head with all kinds of different balls. Senaratna has to be extremely cautious here because he has no idea what Pereira's got up his sleeve. And you see that straight back at Pereira. That's his response to Pereira's bouncer there. A great one. And he might run to the boundary for 4. No, it's not. It's great fielding. Or not. It slipped up at the last bit and it's a boundary for Senaratna. Pereira just pitching it up a little bit full and Senaratna coming right onto the front foot, leaning forward and punching it right back at him. And we saw a similar kind of competition with Ramanayaka and Kodithuakku in the first innings, where as soon as Kodithuakku hits him for 4, or Hapuhinna as well. So if anyone hits Ramanayaka for 4, he responds with a kind of vicious bouncer trying to intimidate the batsman, and Senaratna is not having any of it from Pereira here. There's a lot of mind games happening as well. But Pereira will still be out for blood. And he's put that one up, bouncing just before the cover field. A risky shot by Senaratna. That ball kind of jagged up a little bit.
This is what I was talking about before. The Royalists can't take too many risks. Yes, they have to keep the scoreboard ticking and keep getting the singles, but they have to reduce the number of risks they are going to take in the field, in batting.
Definitely. I feel Tevindu Senaratna is not having the most comfortable time out there under massive amount of pressure. And you can see Sena's not quite getting into the line of the ball. The ball is going across the face of him. The left-hander Pereira is bowling over the wicket to the right-hander, so it's pretty much similar to Iriyakama bowling to Kavinda Madara bowling across the face of the batsman. He's blocking the ball, but he's not getting in line with the ball, so that angle is obviously a bit problematic for Senaratna. The 1-4 he hit, as you could see, did not actually cross the face of him. It was actually directed at his feet, kind of that kind of line. That was a bit. Bounced up a bit, jagged up a little bit. That's the kind of ball that Pereira got passing the Surya Bandara with in the first innings. The one that jags up and goes to the left hand side or the leg side, and Surya Bandara plays it to the short leg. In this case, Senaratna is just playing a forward defensive shot. And now we see the ground is absolutely filled up. Everybody and their mother have come to watch this match. It's a massive crowd. Senaratna hit the ball towards mid-off. And we're still in the second session of the day. In fact, the first part of the first session of the day, they'll only stop play around 3:30 or 3 o'clock for tea. Still around 2 hours left to go. And a massive shot by Senaratna. Smacked that right over mid-on position. And it's going to be the first 6 of the entire match hit by Tevindu Senaratna against the man Kalana Pereira. Pereira just maybe the ball moving a little bit towards the leg side there. And Senaratna hammered that right over mid-on's head for 6 runs.
surprising that the first 6 only came in the second innings of Royal College, and to the most unexpected man, to Kalana Pereira.
And at this stage as well, especially when Royal College need to kind of slow it down and keep their wickets, Senaratne just went for the shot. It might be that he's a bit frustrated with the kind of pressure he's under and with the kind of bowling that Pereira's been attacking him with all day. And that was his response. Swing at the ball.
This will release a whole lot of pressure off
Senaratne. And here Pavit Ratnayaka back into the attack against Ahan Wickramasinghe. And umpires,
huge appeal.
they were sure he had got him, but umpire didn't lift the finger. Obviously thought that was a bounce before it reached the man at sealing it off. Wickramasinghe a bit nervous at the crease. You can see him bouncing up and down a little bit, warming off. Ratnayaka was sure he had got him. He even started celebrating. Wickramasinghe going for a risky shot there, sweep. Trying to hit it behind the keeper. Hapin had his number there, got right behind him.
We have to comment on Hapin's wicket keeping. He has been up front near the wickets, even for a pacer. And his reflections have been really, really fast.
Definitely, especially against Iriagama. Great keeping by Hapohina. And you can see Hapohina is actually kind of predicting the batsman's movements every now and then and getting them absolutely right.
Hapin is the man who won the Mustangs Trophy last year for St. Thomas's College. A brilliant half century.
I was there, Jonathan, and I could see him launching the balls into the top tiers again and again. And you can see Tevin Senaratne, kind of the same build and same kind of mentality as Hapohina. Very heavy hitter. Now it's Wickramasinghe on strike and playing a lot of defensive shots against Pavit Ratnayaka. They're going for the paddle sweep there and a PL for some reason, maybe for LBW or for a tip catch. Neither of them being given. The second time Wickramasinghe went for that shot this over. And it's a drinks break. Well, it makes sense that he might go for the shot. We saw Sandeepa going for that shot in the same situation last innings, and it worked out quite well for him. And there's no one behind the keeper except for those slips on the offside. So if he goes for the paddle sweep, he'll be in quite a comfortable position. That's only if he gets it right. Otherwise, he's offering up an unnecessary chance for Hapohina or his slip caught.
As you saw, he lost control of that shot. And that's what it can do. Sweep like that can might even get you a stop. Hapin was waiting until
Wickramasinghe
lifted his foot, but he did not. He kept it planted on the ground.
Yeah, I feel like he just crossed the face of the wicket a bit too much in that shot and lost his balance. That could even lead to hit wicket. In fact, as he was falling, I was thinking, oh no, he's going to hit his own wicket and he's going to get out. Unfortunately, fortunately, that didn't happen. That would be an extremely soft dismissal. But they need to be careful of the kind of shots they're played. In fact, we saw the same kind of response by last year's captain Gishat Panditharatne, even last year's big match. As soon as the pressure gets going, he goes for all kinds of weird, fancy shots, unorthodox play. And Wickramasinghe seems to be taking after him a little bit. That's the end of the drinks break. We saw the batsman gain a bit of advice from the water boys. Obviously, some pointers from the coach.
Royal College is at 83 for 5 wickets. They're in trail by 19 runs. Someone needs to play responsible innings like Koditu Akku and Nalabiru and even Hapwin who scored 59 runs. Someone needs to be there for Royal and get that half century. Otherwise it's going to be very difficult for Royal.
If you look at the scoreboard now, it's very disappointing. Vitanagi 1, Hera 10, Jayawardene 8, Surya Bandara 2 and Malar Singh, the only real batsman to contribute very much, hitting 25 runs.
In contrast to that, in the first innings we see St. Thomas College, Captain Nalaparu 92 runs, Vice Captain Koditu Akku 98 runs, Hapwin 59 runs, Gunawardana 16, Pereira 17 runs, Gunaratna 35 runs and Vijayaratna 4 runs.
But the two at the crease seem to be doing a steady job, if a bit unpredictable. Senaratna and Vikram Singh on 13 and 12. Hopefully they can put up a decent partnership. And yet to come, the batsman Himesh Ramanayak and Ganit Sandeep, who hit 41 and 42 runs last innings. So assuming that there are two good partnerships, let's say 250 partnerships, that means Royal will be around 100 runs up if they do get all out, which is not the best position to be in, but then again definitely much better than could have been predicted. So hopefully the 4 batsmen can put up a decent total for Royal College.
Delon Pires brought to the attack after the drinks break. We're yet to see him take a wicket here. For the first innings also he didn't take any wicket and he hasn't taken any wickets now as well.
Pires is very recognizable by his action. If you see he releases it very high up and a lot of flight and a brilliant shot by Tevindu Senaratne. Bisecting the offside field there, getting it right between the numerous fielders for 4 runs. A nice cut shot by Tevindu Senaratne.
Not a very good start for Delon Pires.
And that kind of flight can be detrimental to the bowler because it gives a lot of time for the batsman. You need to place it perfectly for it to be the unpredictable kind of left arm orthodox spinner that is normally what is there. In this case though, it was a bit too short. And once again the same shot by Senaratne, but St. Thomas College taken the precaution of putting a man at the boundary edge. Just a single and Vikram Singh on strike. Apohinna being extremely active on the field, very energized and absolutely wired up. Once again we have Delon Pires, left arm orthodox spinner, replacing Kalna Pereira. Vikram Singh doing his usual thing, just defending the ball. Senaratne refused a single there, and it would have definitely been a risky single had they gone for it.
I think it would have been almost out because the ball didn't travel that far.
Vikram Singh going for the shot there and great fielding in the covers. And look at Hapu Hinna talking to Delon Pires here, telling him how to bowl, which way to bowl. Has pitched up, and another good stop by the man in the covers. As the captain Nallu Parama stopping the ball again and again.
At the end of the 12th over, Royal College is 88 runs for the loss of 5 wickets.
Trailing by 14 runs. We saw a very similar situation like this in 2015, I think, with Hashin Ramanaik at the crease. He scored 96 for Royal College, playing with dead best the entire day to save the match. And hopefully we'll see something like that again today.
Pavit Ratnayaka back again to the attack.
It looks like St. Thomas College is playing two spinners from both ends, obviously taking advantage of the pitch as of now. Senathan on strike. We've seen Senathan go after the ball quite a few times. Interesting to see the keep up his pace. And there we go for the cut shot once again. There's a man in the deep, so just a single. They're stopping at the one. And Farhan Wickramasinghe, looks like the captain is calling everyone out of the deep to field inside the circle. Obviously not as cautious as they are when Senaratna is at the crease. They know the Wickramasinghe's plan of attack here is to defend the ball, so they're looking for that misplaced shot or the misplaced defensive block.
Solid defense by Wickramasinghe. I think this is what the Royalists need, more defences if they're hoping to stay in the match.
And there is Wickramasinghe gives himself a bit of room and punches the ball backwards to Pavit Ratnayaka. It looks like Wickramasinghe is just going to defend most of the balls and keep his wicket while Senaratna plays his usual style. Seems to be the plan of action for all as of now. And nearly caught there by silly mid-off. Ratnayaka holds his hands on his head in disappointment as Wickramasinghe breathes a sigh of relief. That was a bit shorter, and Wickramasinghe went for the cut shot. It landed right on the chest of the man at silly mid-off. He couldn't get his hands around it fast enough. Can't really blame him. I mean, it's called silly mid-off for a reason. It's a silly position because it's way too close to the batsman. Just looking for that edge. So the batsman does play a shot at him. Really no chance of a catch, more chance of a broken finger, really. And we've seen that happen a few times. You know, we have silly mid-on, and the batsman goes for this big sweep shot and hits it right into the chest or the face of the man at silly mid-off. Risky business. And we can see the difference in the field setting for Senaratna here. No one except the keeper around and the first slip right up to him. Everyone else far away, either in the deep or in the 30-yard circle. He's got the mid wicket, and for some reason the man at point seems to be wearing a helmet. Delon Pires will continue his spell.
From the field setting, I think you can predict that Delon Pires is going to bowl more balls where the batsman can go for the shot. That's why they have so many fielders outside the 30-yard circle compared to the previous overs.
You got the long on, the off sweeper, and a long off as well. Senathan obviously very conscious of the change in the field and setting, and is playing a few defensive shots. And there we go, that's a shot that he normally plays. Vikram Singh leaving his crease, taking a few steps outside, looking for the single. But good fielding by the captain, Nalla Peruma. Once again, just pushed it towards the cover. Well, I was thinking that Senathan was just going for the shot there. You hear the stance of, some kind of heavyweight sumo wrestler waiting to hammer his opponent.
He
The
even
last
came down
moment-
the pitch. He took a couple of steps and he decided not to go for the shot.
And there we go. A beautiful shot by Tevin Senaratne. Swept it past the square leg, and it's going to be 4 more runs. And that ball was again pitched up a little bit too much, and this time to the leg side. Senaratne playing one of his favorite shots actually. Just step in outside the crease a little bit and swinging the bat in a sweep in attack.
Good bit of thinking by Senaratne. He watched the field, he looked where the gaps are and placed it accurately and to the boundary.
Must have been waiting for that chance actually. You know that's a favorite shot of his, and if there's a gap in the field, that's Senaratne is going to have a field day. In fact, we saw one of the first shots he played as soon as he came was that sweep shot, which didn't work out as well. But nevertheless, worked out this time, and at the end of the over, Ratnaka will continue his attack from the other end, the media box end, and Vikramasinghe on strike. As for, once again Vikramasinghe attacking the ball and being stopped at mid-off, the city mid-off. Well, that must have hurt him quite a bit.
This is the second time he got the ball there.
Yeah. It's a good thing he's got those shin guards. Royal College inching 1 run by 1 run towards the total that they need to reach. Trailing by just 9 runs right now with 5 wickets in hand. Smart shot by Vikramasinghe, but they're not going to get any runs from it. Just guiding it in between the first slip and silly mid-off, but unless the man at point to collect it.
You see Mahela Javardhan playing a lot of shots like that very frequently.
That one is definitely one of those smarter batsmen. At times a very classic batsman. He knows where the gaps are and he plays accordingly. Vikramasinghe seems to be taking the path of Jeffrey Boycott here though. Blocking every ball. You know, Boycott's record has set a record for the lowest strike rate ever. 289 balls he faced and he scored 18 runs. Jeffrey Boycott, the English batsman. I feel that if Vikramasinghe replicates him here, no one's going to mind too much because they want him to keep his wicket. And now St. Thomas College have put 2 slips in as opposed to 1, obviously making allowance for a shot. That's a good shot by Vikramasinghe, but no run. And this is the thing that must be really frustrating. They know that they shouldn't go for any shots because if they make a mistake, it's out. When they do go for a shot and it's stopped within the 30-yard circle, then don't get any runs. So it's kind of like disappointment within disappointment. And he himself has been very active in the field, fielding at cover position most of the time and stopping a lot of runs. It's a good performance by Nalla Perumal, not just with the bat but even on the field. And here we see he's brought in Iriagama to replace Delon Pires, switching up his bowlers quite a lot. Iriagama, the danger bowler for St. Thomas's College. And it's Senaratne facing.
I think Nallapur was hoping Iriagama could work his magic again, like he took 3 wickets.
Senaratne going for a drive there, playing a little bit too late.
Straight to the fielder.
And you can see the fielders shining the ball quite a bit, obviously trying to get the swing that Iriagama needs to fox the batsman. Misfield, but nothing arising from it. And there we go, as a good shot by Senaratne. They're going to be looking for the double here, and it looks like they're going to get it. Iriagama didn't collect the ball very well there.
It was good running by Senaratne and Wickramasinghe, given the fact that the fielder got to the ball really fast. They did take a risk there, but it paid off.
This man at long off. Interestingly, no off sweeper, considering that Senaratne likes to hit his balls a bit square.
It is a right-hander bowling to a right-hand batsman, so I think they will keep the ball in the off as much as possible.
Iriagama almost bowling wicket to wicket. And that one is strained towards the offside a little bit. Looks like you were right. And here, Hapohina is actually moving backwards. Not staying up to the wicket anymore. And a good shot by Senaratne once again, but this time just single instead of double. At the end of the over, Senaratne will be facing in the next over as well. Score currently stands at 96 for the loss of 5 wickets. And Senaratne now the same score as Madar Singh as when he got out. Both have reached the 25 mark. Hopefully doesn't suffer the same fate as his batchmate.
Kalna Pereira back into the attack.
Senaratne and Pereira, the heavy hitter against fastest bowler. There's a good defensive block by Senaratne. Well, the last fall of wicket was at 61. And so these two have put up a 35-run partnership as of now. A decent one and a much needed one to get Royal College more back on track than they were. They really derailed themselves. This is just a little bit better. But still in no way a good position for Royal College.
If Royal College is to win the match or even draw it, these two boys need to stay in the crease. I mean, there is Sandeep and Himesh Ramanayaka to come, but who knows what happened to them. It's too risky. These two are settled, so they need to stay in the wicket as much as possible.
And Senaratna lofting the ball a little bit there, edged the ball actually. If there had been a leg slip, it would have taken the catch, but as it was just a fine leg, it's going to stop the boundary, and it's going to be one more run for Senaratna. Senaratna currently the highest scorer for Royal College. And the short leg is moving more towards that leg slip position. And looks like Rahan Vikramasinghe knew that very much. Played it towards square leg. In that direction.
Kalapura appears and it's not given out. Oh, it's not like having a discussion with Kalna Pereira. Thomian believe that they heard a nick on that location, but the umpire did not give it out.
And you can see the frustration by Vikramasinghe there. Blocked the ball, but was obviously hoping for a shot towards square leg position.
At the end of the 23rd over, Royal College is 97 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. We are yet to see Dinur Gunawardena to bowl. It's interesting that Ramesh Alapur hasn't used him, and he keeps on using Idegama and Kalna Pereira.
Well, it might be that the Thomian skipper wants to preserve his bowler and maybe change things up a bit later on if the strategy that he's using now does not work. Idegama is proved to be effective, and Senaratna is guiding the ball to the cover group.
Royal College is in trail by 5 runs.
They're going for a quick single here. Vikram Single's off the mark very fast. And they're going to get it. Vikram Singh, the anchor of the innings right now, just blocking the ball, keeping his wicket. And there seems to have jinxed it a bit. He's run that down to the fine leg. Ball was very full there by Area Gama. We've seen his change in line and length throughout the innings. That one just strained down the leg side and Area Gama flicking it towards fine leg. Full toss by Area Gama. The slip called for an appeal there. Not entirely sure why. Srinath kind of struggled a little bit.
And it's a full toss. You'd have made use of that full toss because you don't see much full tosses in a test format. But yet he didn't even get a single for it.
Kind of just tapped it downwards. And that's kind of rare from Senaratna. We've seen he's an attacking player. And there he hits it towards mid wicket. Who misses it. It's a quick single for our college.
Hundred up for Royal College.
There is an average of 10 runs per batsman at one point, and now it's average of 20 runs as an improvement. Vikram Singh playing a very solid shot there. Textbook straight drive, but not gain anything from it. At the end of the over, Senarathan will be on strike next over, and Royal College 100 runs for loss of 5 wickets. Kalna Pereira back in the attack with Senatha facing from the media box end. A lot of men on the boundary line on the leg side, obviously anticipating that pull shot from from Senaratna rather. That ball jacked up a little bit.
That explains the amount of fielders near the boundary.
Oh, and the ball bouncing high there. Senatna leaving at the last minute, nearly got a glove onto it there. And we see a leg slip, a short leg and a slip all surrounding Senatna. And a couple of men within the 30-yard circle on the offside, and all the rest on the leg side boundary.
Kalna is trying to tempt the batsman into going to a shot and hoping that he will get a thick edge, a top edge, I suppose.
Or even just a full
Mistimed shot.
mistimed shot from Srinathna. As long as he pulls the ball, you can see a couple of men in the deep who are expecting the catch. And once again, coming up high, Srinathna deciding to play at the ball this time. I think he got a glove on it. Definitely not the face of the bat. Might have been an edge of the glove. And it kind of rolled onto the covers. And Kalna Pereira. And there he's gone for that one, and it looks like he's going to run down to the boundary for 4 runs. It is Srinathna getting one more boundary, and Rock College now lead in by 2 runs in the total aggregate of scores in this second innings. And that was lucky for Srinathna. Pereira bowling what might have been the 3rd bounce of the over. That this time up to the head, Srinathna playing for the trying to hit the ball towards the leg side boundary, playing a full shot there. And again a thick top edge that bounced over Hapu Hinna and ran down to the boundary line. And another good shot
Well
by
fielded by
Srinathna,
Thomian.
and he's in the middle of the pitch. He's going to run right back down to the striker's end. Bit of confusion in the middle. It was a good fielding by mid-off.
Thomian Iragama.
Iragama just diving and preventing another boundary for Srinathna. Solid shot by Srinathna. Textbook drive again. Once again the ball jagging up on the offside.
Srinathna is the highest run scorer for Royal College in this innings with a score of 32 runs.
Srinathna playing a good innings for Royal. And hopefully he can get to his half century. It's 18 more for that. And he's going up once again. They went up, but the umpire says no. The entire Thomian team went up at the same time, expecting the wicket. And Royal College have narrowly escaped another wicket. They are Srinathna going for the same shot that got him a boundary. And the Thomian side obviously thought he had got a better in once again. But it seems like that was not so. And now they're having words with the umpire here. So Thomian College obviously not very happy at all.
Kalna yet again using their bouncer to get a wicket.
Pereira. And that's a beauty of a response by Pevindu Srinathna. Whipping the ball through the covers there, in between point and mid-off. And so before more runs for Pevindu Srinathna, brings him to 36.
Cracking shot by Srinathna there.
You can see the reaction by Srinathna when the entire Thomian team went up. He kind of just turned away and started just in his gloves. He was very uninterested in the action all around him. Obviously knew that he had not touched the ball.
Nalapirma has brought Dinur Gunawardene to the attack. The first time we are seeing him for the whole innings.
Ahan Vikramasinghe on strike. Because Vikramasinghe was there for a really long time, even before Senaratne came in. He was building a partnership with Madara Singhe, and then Senaratne has accelerated massively. Vikramasinghe still 14 runs, and Senaratne now 36 runs.
I think he's decided that he will let Senaratne go after the ball and get the score, and he'll be rotating the score.
And that's a smart shot by Vikramasinghe. It's either going to be a double off boundary, and this is a boundary for Vikramasinghe. Just guiding it past the square leg position there. Gunawardene bowling it to the pads, and Dinura just playing it off the pads. It's going to be 4 more runs for Royal College. They now lead by 12 runs with 5 wickets in hand. Well, Vikramasinghe has now faced 43 balls and Senaratne has faced 41 balls. But the difference in score is very, very recognizable. Gunawardene will continue. And once again, an off ball by Dinra Gunawardene, full and to the leg. And once again put away by Ahan Vikramasinghe. A smart shot to the leg side. And that will bring him to 22 runs. You can see here they're all stewards and prefects are taking a lap around the ground. Giving as much support to their batsmen as they can. Gunawardene's line has been slightly off this over. 2 fours from 2 slightly misplaced balls. And that one bouncing high up on the offside, much better. Vikramasinghe going for the shot, which is unlike him. Ball bouncing over the bat.
Dinur has had a brilliant season. He is the 3rd highest run scorer for St. Thomas's College, and he has even got 20 wickets in the season.
Best figures of 4 for 29. It's quite impressive. Senaratne signaling to Vikramasinghe not to come down the pitch for a run. But I think he used the wrong hand for the signal there. He used the hand with the bat in it. And Vikramasinghe on strike, and that was cut beautifully and not caught by the field. That's going to be 4 more runs for Ahan Vikramasinghe. Again, just guiding the ball to the intended gap in the field. That was not the best ball by Gunawardene once again. Short ball to the offside, asking to be cut through the covers, and that's exactly what Vikramasinghe did.
It was a disastrous over for the Thomians. 3 boundaries in that over.
All by Ahan Vikramasinghe, who is known as a conservative batsman here. And so there's the 50 partnership for Royal College right now been brought up. It's actually 61 runs by these two put together. And you can see the score is exactly double the score when the last wicket fell. So it was 61 for 5 and now it's 122 for 5. So a great partnership by these two, actually double the score of Royal College, which is much needed. And we have a little drinks break here and a small team huddle by the Thomians, obviously trying to think of some kind of strategy to break down this partnership.
It was Kalnapura to bowl again, coming from the media box in.
Senaratne on strike. And his field set in again. 5 men surrounding the batsman. And it looks like the 5 points of a compass, sorry, the 5 points of a pentacle really. And that's been offered a chance. That Senaratne has gone halfway down the pitch and is back again. Ball just dragging up a little bit towards the middle stump. And Senaratne trying to play it downwards to the leg side, gain the edge. And it just flew a few inches away from short leg's hand.
We saw a similar situation when the Thomians leveled the score and they accelerated, took a lot more risk. I think the Royalists are doing the same after leveling the score and taking the lead. Now they're taking a lot more risk than they did prior to this.
And once again the ball just bounced in a little bit before the man at leg slip. Senaratne leave it, trading on thin ice here. But he gets a single and passes it over to Ahan Wickramasinghe. And most of the men here are actually behind the batsman. You got city mid off and short leg, and then you got 2 slips, one regular slip and one leg slip, and then you get short third man and fine leg. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of shots Wickramasinghe is going to play here. And he plays a beautiful one down past fine leg. And it's going to be another boundary for Ahan Wickramasinghe. A bouncer by Kalna Pereira going towards mid-lane leg, and Ahan Wickramasinghe just crossing the wicket and hitting the ball past fine leg for 4 runs.
It is the first time we saw Kalna Pereira missing his mark when bowling a bouncer. It's actually the first 4 that any Royalist batsman got for Kalna Pereira's bouncers.
And once again, Wickramasinghe goes for the same shot over the head of square leg, but misses it entirely. Nearly chops the ball onto his own wicket. Risky business for Ahan Wickramasinghe. Is currently at 30 runs.
I think Kalna Pereira needs to change his line of length because it has become very predictable that he's going to be bowling a bouncer. And Ahan Wickramasinghe, he knows that and he is already ready when the bowler is running out.
I think it'd be dangerous for Wickramasinghe too. As soon as Pereira changes his line and length, it's going to be a big surprise for Wickramasinghe. So let's see what kind of ball Kalna Pereira bowls here. It's another bounce. He offers a chance up to fine leg. Confused in the middle of the pitch, Wickramasinghe runs back, and it's going to be no runs for Royal College. And it looks like the man at fine leg could have dove and got the ball there, but opted to stay back a little bit, and now to change the man at fine leg.
Let's see the frustration building up in the Thomians. They haven't got a wicket in a long time.
And Hapuhin is the most active one on the field here, doing his job as the wicket keeper. Pereira, once again a high ball and aggressive fielding by Thomian, the man at short leg, fast off his feet. Vikram Singh facing to Pereira once again. And it's another one. Hapuhin doesn't get his hand to it, and it's going to be one more run for Royal College.
That's the end of that over. Royal College, 128 runs for the loss of 5 wickets.
And it's a drinks break. And we're back again after the drinks break. And it's Vikram Singh on strike once again.
Vikramasinghe trying to proceed a defensive attack against the spinners, because you always see him going for those big shots against the fast bowlers.
A bit of confusion in the middle of the pitch there between Senaratne
Down
and
the ground, but
Vikramasinghe.
Ahan.
The running has not been as good as it usually is. Senaratne and Vikramasinghe had a bit of confusion every now and then. And they've got him! Bowled on Vikramasinghe.
The partnership broken. It's a much needed wicket for St. Thomas's College. I think it's Vikramasinghe who is walking out of the pitch.
And that's the 6th wicket the Royal College have lost. And it looks like Royal College are now back again in deep waters. They were depending on this partnership to put them back on track, but now 129 runs with loss of 6 wickets. Not the best position to be in. They only lead by 27 runs and only 4 wickets in hand. Ahan Vikramasinghe going off. And the bowler is Ravindu Kodithuwakku, the vice captain, the man who scored 98 in the first innings. Interesting bowling choice by Nalaperuma, but it looks like it's paid off. Senaratne having a few words with the water boy here.
Again, Nalaperuma has gone back to his part-time bowlers and it has done the trick. But before, when he brought Gunaratne back, it did not quite work for him.
New batsman yet to come out of the pavilion. And here he comes, the man Himesh Ramanayaka. Coming 6 down at number 8. And join in Devindu Senaratne at the crease. Devindu Senaratne now currently at 37 runs. And Kodithuwakku will continue his over. And Ramanayaka on strike. He got 41 runs last innings, Ramanayaka. And hopefully he can build up another good partnership with Senaratne, who seems to be in good form this match. Both of them seem to be in good form, so we'll see how this goes. Meanwhile, Kodithuwakku, the mystery bowler, and Nalaperuma has pulled out of his hat to continue his spell. It's another close one. It's interesting to see that there's no attacking field set in for St. Thomas's College here. Normally, as soon as the new batsman comes in, they surround him with the fielders, but this time for Ramanayaka, just the short leg. He's going for a big shot there. There is a man at fine leg. He's going to collect it and give it back. Just the 1 run there for Royal College, and that brings the 130 up. And it's Senaratne. Ooh. He's trying to guide it between the keeper and short leg there, but not getting enough power on the ball. Or if it maybe gain a bit too much power hitting it into the ground.
That's the end of Kodithuwakku's over. Royal College 138 runs for loss of 6 wickets.
The unpredictable bowler did his job in breaking that partnership. And it just remains to be seen that Nalaperuma is going to bring him out in to continue his spell. Kalna Pereira ball from the media box end. And it's the new man, Himesh Ramanayaka, on strike. With a short leg, the leg slip. And, well, it looks like a silly mid-off, but he's a bit further away from the batsman than usual. And it starts off with a bouncer, Pereira. It's fast bowler against fast bowler here. Both of them known for their bouncers. Both aggressive players.
Both of them caused so much trouble for the opposing team in the first innings.
And Pereira will definitely be looking for vengeance here
He will
against
want to
Ramanayaka.
come out of.
And once again, another vicious bouncer by Pereira. And Ramanayaka has to stoop very steeply there. Very much so, just to avoid the ball. Otherwise, it's going to get going to have to get a chest guard.
Ramanayaka is a tall man, and bowling bounces to him is not that easy. But Kalna Pereira is somehow pulling that off.
Definitely putting a lot of power into these balls. Attacking the crease, attacking the wicket quite hard. That one, the first non-bouncer ball that is bowled to Ramanayaka. Outside off stump.
Quick single by Ramanayaka there.
It's another bouncer by Pereira. Not just against Ramanayaka, but also against Sena Ratna. We saw Sena Ratna going after those bounces a couple of times before. Swiping at them, nearly offered a wicket once and got 4 another time. This time he seems to be opting just to avoid the ball as opposed to do anything about it.
Kalna did the attack.
Good defensive shot by Sena Ratna, but no run arising from it. That's the end of the over by Kalna Pereira. Royal College now 131 for the loss of 6 wickets. Well, defending 4 wickets for the remainder of the entire day will prove to be quite a difficult task for Royal College. They still have Ganit Sandeep as the remaining batsman who got 42 runs last innings. And of course the 2 batsmen at the crease, both recognized as good all-rounders. But it will still be quite a difficult task for just to keep their wickets until the end of the day. And if that's not so, they'll have to get at least a 100-run lead. And Ramanayaka just guiding the ball to find leg for the single. And you can see Hapuhinna is very stressed out here. He's very, very wired up. Been very very active on the field. Senaratna on strike.
Habina knows what the next couple of hours could mean. It could either mean Thomian taking back the shield or it going back to the...
And that's a hard shot by Senaratna. 2 men there to collect it. And smart fielding, just the 1 run. And the short leg there had to kind of get out of the way of the ball to prevent himself from getting brained.
That was it powerfully.
Got into position early and swung hard at the ball as it came onto the bat. Kodituakku will continue his spell. Interesting choice by Nalaparama to continue bowling the opening batsman. Ramanaka going for the shot there. Just nudging it towards mid-on. Mid-wicket rather. There is a long on. And the mid-wicket. And a short leg.
Straight to the man and covers.
Kodituakku continuing his over. Ramanaka going for a big shot there. But there is a man. Deep square leg to stop it. And just 1 run. That'll be the end of Kodituakku's second over. Royal College 134 for 6.
Pavit Watnaya back to the attack.
And the umpire not quite sure which side is leg side here. Pavis Ratnayaka brought in from the media box end. And Himesh Ramanayaka facing.
Like I mentioned before, Pavit Watnaya is very close to getting 100 wickets in the season. I think a couple of more wickets, he will be there soon.
I think this season there's no one who's got 400 wickets. And last season only Lasas Ambaldenia from Royal College had reached the 100 wicket mark in one season. Kind of like the 1,000 run mark for a batsman. The closest person to a 100 wicket mark in Royal College is actually Ramanayaka himself. He's only got 36 wickets. So a bit underwhelming for Royal College as opposed to someone like Pavit Ratnayaka who has had a brilliant season. Good ball by Ratnayaka. Spinning past the outside edge. Royal College has slowed down the run rate a little bit in the last few overs as soon as Vikramasinghe got out. Definitely been a bit more cautious than usual. And it's a beauty of a ball by Ratnayaka, pitching it a bit fuller and to the offside, and the ball not just straightening but actually turning away from the bat. Ramanayaka misread in the turn. That's in the over. Royal College still 134 runs with loss of 6 wickets. And Kalna Pereira brought into the attack once again, but this time they've changed the end he's bowling at. Now he's bowling from the Maitland Place end. And the same field set in. Senaratne hammering the ball towards the leg side boundary. It's going to be 4 more runs for Tevindu Senaratne. Pereira just pitching the ball a bit short onto the offside, and Senaratne decided to smack the ball through the mid wicket area to the boundary for 4 more runs. And that's going to bring him to 42 runs. Not the best of starts for Pereira. So he's changing his end. Now he's going to be bowling over the wicket to the right hand batsman. And it's another short pitch ball. This where the they were very much losing at one point. In fact, it seemed like nothing but defeat was inevitable when they were 61 for 5. But like I said, Senaratne has been doing a fairly good job. Of course, along with Ahan Wickramasinghe, who was dismissed by Kodituaku. Another bouncer by Pereira. Pereira seems to be bowling bounces very consistently, like again and again and again. Seems to be stock ball right now, and occasionally just a short pitched one. We really haven't seen a full ball by him in a very long time.
Kalna Pereira has become very predictable. I think that's why he's not getting much wickets as he did in the first innings. In the first innings, he had a variation of line and length, but this time he has stuck to his bouncer.
And there we go. It's a massive appeal by the entire Thomian side, but not given by the umpire. You can see Pereira was a bit delayed in the appeal. Maybe that's what contributed to the umpire's decision. But that was one of the few full balls that we've seen on the offside. And Senaratne taking full advantage of it, actually, coming onto the front foot and slashing at the ball, trying to hit it through the covers. There's no man in the deep on the offside. And this time he's actually missed the ball entirely. Nearly got the edge, in fact. So Pereira changing his line length a little bit and getting some kind of reaction from Senaratne. Pereira continues. Another short pitch delivery right at Senaratne's head. He avoids that narrowly. And here's the over the shoulder warning for Kalna Pereira by the umpire. So that's first warning. And it's another sharpish delivery and a massive appeal by the entire side. And the umpire says, no, it's not out. Well, they obviously thought it was going to hit him on the bat or the glove, but it seems like it's probably hit him on the shoulder. And so the umpire says not out. A short pitch delivery which actually hit Senaratne as opposed to him dodging it. And his bulky frame seems to be covered in most of the space in that line.
It was not only the wicketkeeper and the slip and the bowler who was appealing, it was the whole team who was appealing. There must have been some sort of noise which caused that appeal, yet the umpire did not give it out. He stuck by his decision, the initial decision.
And Senaratne will still remain on the striker's end. And he's gone
Top
for
edge.
And there's no one there. It's going to
And
be
it's a
another
six.
6 for Thomian Senaratne, the second 6 of the innings and indeed of the match. 6 more runs, then Senaratne is going to be 48 runs to his name now. And the short pitch by Kalna Pereira are really becoming quite predictable, as well as the fact that Senaratne obviously sees them and attacks them. In some cases it may be detrimental to him, but in that case he actually managed to get the 6 as opposed to giving up a chance. But a risky business for Senaratne.
Kalna Pereira needs to change his line and length. That is a must. Senaratne knows his tactics. He knows the strategy. Kalna Pereira, he's too predictable now. Kalna Pereira needs to change his line and length for sure.
That's the end of the over. And Rockall is now 145 runs with loss of 6 wickets. And looks like they're going to bring in Pavit Ratnayaka from the media box end once again. And Ramanayaka on strike. Ratnayaka continues spell.
He cuts it straight to Nalla Peruma.
There is very consistent batting from Ramanayaka, is defending ball after ball. And the same way, consistent bowling by Ratnayaka is bringing the ball in a sharp angle and straightening it out. A little bit of turn. And
We saw
beauty.
We saw a similar approach from Ramanayaka in the previous innings as well. Though he got 42 runs, he was very defensive at the beginning.
So Ramanayaka is an aggressive batsman by nature. He does swing at the ball quite a bit. I guess this time he knows that he can't afford to give up his wicket. Only 4 wickets in hand, so he's playing a fairly defensive over. So that's going to be a maiden over by Pavit Ratnayaka. So Rockall is still 145 runs for 6 wickets, and there's drinks break as well. Well, maybe not drinks break, but the water boys are out, and there seems to be some kind of signal from Senaratne. Obviously, he wants something.
Thomians look annoyed because this is a valuable seconds lost for the Thomian side. They need to get the Royalists out as quickly as possible, and for them to do that they need time.
Well, time isn't so much an issue right now as the wickets that are needed. Just 4 wickets, and they are coming agonizingly slowly after the collapse, the top order collapse in the beginning of the innings. I feel like they have more than enough time as of now. If they get them all out in the next before the next session, they'll only have to get around 50 runs in the final session to win the match then. but it may very well turn out to be a battle against the clock if Senaratne and Ramanayaka remain at the crease and prove to be too stubborn to get a wicket. And here we come with Kalna Pereira once again. Senaratne on the crease. And
Yet another bouncer.
there we come, the first warning from the umpire. So it looks like the very first ball, he's got the first warning, so he won't want to risk too many bounces this over.
I expected Delon Pierce to bowl more in these innings, yet we've seen him only for a short while.
He's only bowled 2 overs so far. Another bouncer by Kalna Pereira. It's true that we were expecting a few more spinners to play, but it looks like the captain is opted to just bowl Ratnayaka and Pereira from the 2 ends consistently. It looks like it's turning to his quality bowlers, the bowlers he knows he can depend on, and then he put in another bowler here and there, such as Dinura Gunawardena, Delon Pieris, Koditwakko, as maybe a surprise bowlers. And it looks like he's hit that one up, lofted it towards the covers, and he's going to go for the double, and it's half a century for Themindu Senaratne. And that's the first half century from any Royalist so far. And you see a lap, and as well as a few pitch invaders from all sides of the pitch, all sides of the ground, congratulating Themindu on a match well played, and he's been surrounded here by the spectators. 50 runs by Senaratne, well played 50, and he's definitely anchored the Royal College innings very effectively. There were 61 for loss of 5 wickets. With Senaratne's help, they've got themselves up to 147 for 6 wickets. We can see quite a few pitch invaders here. The first we've seen in a long time. In fact, only the second pitch invasion in the entire match. You can see the security guards come in and wave in everyone off.
This could be even disastrous for the Royal team because they're running straight through the pitch, middle of the pitch, and kind of disturbing the soil there. We see schoolboys also from Royal College running in.
And there are numerous security guards on the pitch, quite a lot of them actually, coming in from all sides of the grounds. And now that's dealt with. Just the one man walking off the pitch very slowly near the long on position. And Senaratne will continue his innings.
Oh, he's gone!
Senaratne
Khan has got his wicket. He has got his man. And yet another wicket for Royal College. They're 7 off 147 runs.
Senaratne extremely frustrated there. Offered up a chance to the man at leg slip, and a fantastic catch by that man. Threw himself out.
It was a superb catch to his left.
And he sprang right off the ground and took it.
A very crucial wicket, very crucial wicket for St. Thomas's College. They've been waiting for this long time. They've been waiting to get Senaratne out, and they've done it. They've got the wicket.
And Kalna Pereira, knowing exactly what kind of ball Senaratne is going to fall prey to, a shorter ball to the leg side, and Senaratne just tries to play it down to fine leg, finds the man at leg slip, and off he goes, scoring exactly 50 runs for Royal College now. So Royal College now 147 runs for the loss of 7 wickets, and only 45 runs in the lead in the total aggregate.
And this is the surprise ball we were talking about by Kalna Pereira. He has been bowling bounces right throughout. And one ball to the left, not a bouncer. He got his man. This will take so much pressure off the Thomian side. Senatna looked solid. He looked firm in his shots. He looked confident. He looked settled.
And it's the man Ganit Sandeep out onto the pitch for Royal College. The man who scored 42 runs last innings and had a great partnership, an 83-run partnership with Himesh Ramanayaka. So now it's up to Ramanayaka and Sandeep to stabilize the innings once again and maybe last until the tea break, in which case they can regroup and kind of relax a little bit. Another vicious ball by Kalina Pereira, aiming it at the hip. That's the end of the over. The breakthrough that they wanted and they needed. St. Thomas College has got it in this over. And now Royal College 147 for the loss of 7 wickets. And it's Pavit Ratnayaka once again from the media box in. Elder is just going to keep on bowling him. Ramanayaka on strike. Ramanayaka continues his defensive tactics here.
A good length ball by Pavit Ratnayaka.
Oh!
There's a
And
collision between Pavit Ratnayaka and Ganit Sandeep.
they're looking for the single there. And they might have been able to get it if not for that. Ratnayaka obviously wired up and wanting to keep the runs at a minimum. And a beautiful ball by him there. Ramanayaka couldn't quite read the turn. So the end of the over. Another maiden over by Pavit Ratnayaka. Kalina Pereira will continue spell from the Maitland Place end and Sandeep is on strike. And they're not going to go for a single there. Slight misfield. Nothing arising from it.
Hit another bounce played off the back foot. Seems as if Carla Perez continue to bowl bouncers.
The bounces have proved to be effective in containing the batsman, I feel. They're not going for vicious shots. Oh!
Especially because he is a new batsman and he's unsettled. Khan is probably thinking, I can get this man through a bouncer. Like you just saw, he almost went for the shot and then realized and pulled back. Realized that he was not going to go for the shot and pulled back.
If you notice, so there's no man in the deep on the offside except for third man. And so if he does go for a cover shot or drive through the covers, he will be able to get a boundary. On the other hand, it's getting more and more overcast on the pitch. You can see a big black cloud going over the pitch. So it might be called for gain due to bad weather, which might be a massive blow to the Thomians here. And the last innings, Royal College was 172 for the loss of 7 wickets. Now we are 147 for the loss of 7 wickets. And it was these two who brought it up to 255. So it might be possible that they can do it again. And it's an edge there by Sandeepa, running down to short third man. And there's a single for Sandeepa. Ramanayak on strike for the rest of the over. Definitely very overcast here. Pereira runs in and bowls another bouncer to Himesh Ramanayaka. Well, Jonathan, now it might be a fight against the clock as Royal is going to just wait for it to rain. It's very, very overcast now. Suddenly it's become very cloudy.
You can see the umpires having a discussion. I don't know whether it's about the weather, but it seems like a serious discussion. It will be a massive blow for the Thomians if they call out for bad light. The umpire passes the ball back to Pavit Ratnayaka, which means we will have a match. We will continue the match.
The Royals will be praying for some rain here. Royal is very much on the back foot right now. Lead in by 46 runs and still more than a session to go. Now this college have proved that they can get around 100 to 150 runs per session. According with their batting lineup. So 46 runs in the lead, nowhere near enough. They'll want to survive.
They brought a second slip in. Captain Nalla Peruma.
And now they're going into an attacking formation here. Ratnayaka is still the bowler. The left hand orthodox spinner. Two slips. Silly mid on, silly mid off. Two men in the covers. Backward point, mid on and mid off. No men in the deep. Sandeep playing for turn there. He read the ball well. Good defensive shot by Sandeep there. And that looks like it looks like that's the name of the game right now, defense.
Like I said before, the Royalists can only draw this match, and that's why they are even hoping for a rain. So they will draw the match without letting the Thomians come to bat and possibly win the whole thing for the Thomians. Another appeal
And
from
another massive appeal, but turned down by the umpire. Ratnaka continues his over. And it's another maiden over by Pavitra Ratnaka. Royal College will remain at 148 for 7. Ramanayak on strike. This is a strange turn of events here. Thomian are bowling Kalna Pereira as a left-arm orthodox spinner. That may be the reason. But still, it's a strange choice to pick Pereira over any other actual spinner. Or it may be that Pereira is a good spinner as well. Either way, Ramanayaka just defending the balls of that over. That's another maiden over by Kalna Pereira. And it looks like the players are leaving the field. And it looks like it's a tea break. The Raw College have remained at 148 for 7 for quite a long time. There have been 3 or 4 maiden overs these last few overs. And the scoring has been considerably low as soon as Steven Ratna got out. Raw College now 148 for 7, 46 runs in the lead in the total aggregate in both innings. 3 wickets in hand and 1 session to go. Can the Royalists keep their wickets and not get all out and allow Thomian to score? Still a chance at victory for St. Thomas College now. If they get the 3 quick wickets that they need, it will be an easy win for them. On the other hand, if the Royalists can just keep their wickets and not get out, they will be able to preserve they'll be able to retain the shield.
Check.
Talk of potential rain. But the chance of Rawl declaring because of rain apparently, or because of bad light.
Another
And they've got the one for the edge by Sandeep.
The 7th wicket for
and-
the Royal College.
And it's the 8th wicket that falls for Royal College, and Sandeep just leads on the edge towards Silly Mid-off, and they've taken the catch there. Royal College lose the 8th wicket, just 2 more remaining, and the score stands at 148 runs.
The big blow for Royal College as Sandeep walks out. The Thomians are building their innings. They are getting their wickets little by little. It's 148 for 8 wickets. They've got 2 more wickets to go.
And Sandeep walks to the pitch, next man in, Abhishek Pereira will be joining Himesh Ramanayaka at the crease for the 9th wicket stand. And Royal College just 46 runs in the lead here.
The Thomians are looking very confident. They just have the fear of the weather, but let's see. That's not stopping Thomians now. They will keep on getting wickets and they will come out to bat to hopefully win the match.
And it's Pereira now coming out onto the pitch, wearing just the cap because he knows that there can be no fast ball played. Just the spinners. And it's Ramanayaka on strike with just 1 slip and silly mid-off.
Well left by Ramanayaka.
And Dylan Peters will bowl from the Maitland Place end here. And it's getting a lot of turn on the pitch. And Ramanayaka goes for the cut shot there, but plays it downwards into the ground. Obviously not willing to give a chance to the man at City mid-off.
See a lot of spin which we didn't see before.
Definitely. I feel like the ground is, or the pitch has got a little bit damper maybe. A lot of flight there by Peters. Ramanayaka still playing the defensive innings, and the aim of the Royals will be to last until the day ends, or at least until there's 15 minutes of play or to half an hour play left. So just 2 wickets, they'll need to keep the 2 wickets for as long as possible. And Ramanayaka again cuts the ball through the covers.
Royals head up total by 46 runs.
And that's just the aggregate score. But Royal College has managed to master up in 2 innings. And Ramanayaka goes for a massive shot there and down the pitch, fancy footwork, and 6 runs for Himesh Ramanayaka there, just picking the ball up as it bounces right in front of him over mid-on's head, And it's the end of the over for Delon Pires. Finish it with a bang. And Ravanayaka brings up the 150 run mark for Royal College. They're now 154 for 8. Abhishek Pereira, who's on strike in the next over.
Bowlers have done really well. There's pressure on the Royalists. Not even in this inning, even in the previous innings, we saw the amount of pressure the Royalists were under. Karna Pereira, they and clear. Even in this situation, Delon Pires coming into action and getting the wicket.
And here we see Ratnayaka bowling once again from the media box end, and it's Abhishek Pereira. And they're absolutely surrounded the batsman here. There's a silly mid on, silly mid off, and 2 slips along with the keeper. Pereira is just defending the ball, not giving up any chances. And no men in the deep so far from St. Thomas's College. They decided to keep it as an attacking field as possible. And here the umpires are having a word in the middle of the pitch. And once again the umpires are checking the light, I think, checking the weather. And the umpires have called off play due to bad light. And St. Thomas's College extremely disappointed here. Look at them. And the Royal batsmen will be gratified with that decision as they walk back to the pavilion. Well, the Thomians are refusing to leave here. They're still at the pitch. They're having a word with the umpire. Obviously can't believe it's so close yet so far to victory and retaining the shield. The Royals have moved off the field very fast, very swiftly. Thomians still remain. And looks like umpires checking light once again. And now Thomians are having a huddle in the middle of the pitch. It's the same thing as yesterday. The exact same scenario just after the tea break. Umpire's call of play due to bad light.
The Thomians are definitely at disadvantage here. Even yesterday we've lost pressures at least 1.5 hours, and even now the time is 3:37, and we've actually would have gone up till at least 5:30. So that's valuable time, valuable 2 hours for St. Thomas's College to come and back. They come so close. Last year the Royal won. The Thomians are waiting to win. They haven't won for 9 years. And this year we believe that we could have won. We would have won if not for bad light. You can see some of the committee members of the Royal Committee having a word with the umpires. The umpires are duty bound by the ICC rules, but they need to understand this is not an ICC game, this is not an international game, that this is a traditional game, and the players are actually willing to play. I think the match should continue then.
Well, ultimately it's the batsman's decision about bad light, because ultimately it's the batsman who's affected by the bad light. We saw that even last year when the captain Gishat Panditratna refused to leave the field even when the umpires called for bad light, because as the batsman he was the one who's been affected. And in this case, batsmen are more than willing to leave the pitch. And the Thomians finally leave the middle of the grounds.
So it's disappointing for them. They've come so close. I don't think it's the end of the day. Probably have some action later on.
It's possible.
I'm sure there's going to be a lot of conversation after the match about the umpire's decisions.
And a lot of controversy as well. feels good. You don't understand. You don't understand.
You can see Michael D'Souza having a word with the umpire.